Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning.
Welcome to the International Conference
on Environmental
Community
for
Sustainable Future 2025.
The Honorable Rector of State University of Surabaya will be represented by Dr. Bambang Sigit Widodo MPD, who served as Vice Rector 3 for Research, Innovation, Ranking, Publication and Science Center.
The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Law, State University of Surabaya, Mr. Arinto Nugroho, SH, SPD.
The distinguished conference speaker, Profesor Insinyur Ida Warma Dewanti, STMT, PhD, from 10 November Institute of Technology, Indonesia.
The distinguished conference speaker, Dr. Sasha Hat, University, Netherlands.
The distinguished conference speaker, Muhammad Muryana, SSI, MSI, PhD, 10 November Institute of Technology, Indonesia.
The distinguished conference speaker, Dr. Madeline Detiko, Pangasinan State University, Asingan Campus, Philippines.
The distinguished conference speaker, Profesor Andri Gunawan Wibisana, SHLM, PhD, University of Indonesia.
The distinguished conference speaker, Professor Joseph Navarro, Philippines.
The distinguished conference speaker, Arinto Nugroho, SH, SPDMH, State University of Surabaya, Indonesia.
Distinguished conference speaker, Arya Lamajiji Sri Paduka Sultan Delhi 14, Tuanku Mahmud Lamajiji Perkasa Alam, STMT, Kesultanan Delhi, Indonesia.
The distinguished lecturers, presenters, and participants at today's conference.
Please join us in welcoming the International Conference on Environmental Community for a Sustainable Future 2025.
This conference is scheduled for November 20 and 21, 2025, and is proudly organized by the Faculty of Law at State University of Surabaya.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Glenn Jordan with my partner here,
Audi. We are honored to serve as your Master of Ceremonies for this event.
Before we begin, we'd like to share today's agenda with you. Initially, we will sing the national anthem of Indonesia Raya and followed by Mars UNESCO. Subsequently, we will listen to an opening speech delivered by the head of ICECOFFE and viewing the SGD's video playback. The agenda continues with the opening speech from the Dean of the Faculty of Law, and after that, the opening remarks from the Rector of the State University of Surabaya will be represented by Dr. Bambang Sigit, MPD, who served as Vice Rector 3 for the Research, Innovation, Ranking, Publication, and the Science Center. Following the souvenir exchange and formal documentation, proceeding to the conference session. Upon conclusion of the conference session, a lunch and break will be held. After lunch and the break, the presentation session will commence in each chamber. Subsequently, each chamber will be closed by the chamber panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, before commencing, we kindly remind you to mute your microphones. You might unmute yourself upon the committee's instruction. We will now proceed with the singing of the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. All individuals present in the room are requested to stand, and viewers participating remotely are kindly advised to remain seated properly.
Berdiri, Indonesia Raya. Please stand up. Okay.
UNESA.
Universitas Negeri Surabaya berperan aktif mencerdaskan bangsa, tangguh bermartabat berbudaya, tulus berbakti laksanakan tridharma, unggul berprestasi, karya inovatif, olahraga, ilmu dan seni, inklusif, adaptif, kolaboratif untuk kejayaan negeri. Dalam tempat kau meraih cita-citamu, berani jujur dan teguh, jaga persatuan berkesan, lakukan jiwamu untuk UNESA sang bangsa di depan. Dalam tempat kau meraih cita-citamu, berani jujur dan teguh, jaga persatuan berkesan, lakukan jiwamu untuk UNESA sang bangsa di depan.
Please have a seat. We shall now attend the speech delivered by Dr. Cita Justisia Sefriani, SHMH, serving as the head of ICECOFFE 2025. Subsequently, we will watch a video regarding the Sustainable Development Goals. Kindly give your attention to Dr. Cita Justisia Sefriani. The stage is now yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Hello, good morning everyone. I would like to say thank you for your participation at the International Conference on Environmental Community for a Sustainable Future, or we call it as ICECOFFE or ICECOFFE 2025. I also would like to say thank you and welcome to the Honorable Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, Ranking, Publication, and Science Center, Dr. Bambang Sigit Widodo, MPD, the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Law, State University of Surabaya, Mr. Arinto Nugroho, SH, SPD, MH, our Vice Dean, and our Coordinator for Study Program. Also to all of the distinguished conference speakers, Profesor Insinyur Ida Warma Dewanti, ST, MT, PhD, or Prof. Warma, or Ibu Wawa, izin, Ibu Wawa, Dr. Sasha Hart, Mr. M. Muryono, SSI, MSI, PhD, Dr. Madeline D. Tinko, Profesor Andri Gunawan Wibisana, SH, LLM, PhD, Profesor Joseph Navarro, Mr. Arinto Nugroho, SH, SPD, MH, Sri Peduka Sultan Delhi 14, Tuanku Mahmud Lamanjiji Perkasa Alam, STMT. To all of my beloved lecturers of the Faculty of Law, State University of Surabaya, to all of organizing committee of ICECOFFE 2025 and fellow Literatika students who have helped organize this conference with spirit of Gotong Royong. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much and welcome to all of Summer School Matcha 2025 participants. And also to all ICECOFFE 2025 presenters from various countries from 4 continents. Ladies and gentlemen, this international conference has been attended by more than 100 submitters from various countries, and 44 papers have received LOAs for presentation in stage 1. Therefore, a selection process will be carried out for 30 selected A3S Corpus Index proceedings in the issuance of LOAs for publication in stage 2, which will be announced several days after the conference date. Papers that not included as A3S selected paper will be facilitated to be published in UNESA proceedings and another publication from committee. ICECOFFE 2025 as an international academic event has involved the participation of speakers, presenters, and writers from various countries spread across 4 continents, Asia, Australia, Europe, and America. So this is an achievement that is worth celebrating for our first international conference event. We sincerely hope that this international conference will have a positive impact on environmental conservation and sustainable community development, which will be implemented in the development and innovation of SDGs issues. And I won't talk too long because my love language is acts of service, not words of affirmation. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we start today's conference, let's watch our video together, because this video is an expression of our deepest heart concerning Indonesia development regarding SDGs issues. Thank you very much from us, and welcome to ICECOFFE 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you ICECOFFE 2025.
Past lives couldn't ever hold me down. Lost love is sweeter when it's finally found. I've got the strangest feeling. This isn't our first time around. Past lives could never come between us. Sometimes the dreamers finally wake up. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming.
Can you hear me calling out your name? And the way I'm feeling is kinda strange. Open up your window, can you let me in? She gon' let her skin show if we end up friends. Feel like the world is on top of me. I might drink about it probably. That's just one of many toxic qualities. Just trying to live up to my prophecy. At the same time I live in hypocrisy, yeah. So tell me where we're going. Stand up with your head high. Don't you know one day we're gonna die? Yeah. Stand up with your head high. Don't you know one day we're gonna die?
Past lives couldn't ever hold me down. Lost love is sweeter when it's finally found. I've got the strangest feeling. This isn't our first time around. Past lives could never come between us. Sometimes the dreamers finally wake up. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming.
Can you hear me calling out your name? And the way I'm feeling is kinda strange. Open up your window, can you let me in? She gon' let her skin show if we end up friends. Remember all the times that you left me, I was in the dark in my bed sheets, 30 missed calls, you can't tell me none. And this alcohol really helps me run. I'm stuck in my ways, I flip the same page. I ask for forgiveness, I know that I'm saved. Repeat to myself every day just to say it. I tell myself, stand up with your head high. Don't you know one day we're gonna die? Yeah. Stand up with your head high. Don't you know one day we're gonna die?
Past lives couldn't ever hold me down. Lost love is sweeter when it's finally found. I've got the strangest feeling. This isn't our first time around. Past lives could never come between us. Sometimes the dreamers finally wake up. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming.
Thank you to Dr. Cita Justisia Sefriani, SHMH, from the speech and from the viewing of the SGD's video playback. Proceeding with our next agenda, a welcoming speech will be delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Law, Mr. Arinto Nugroho, SHMH, SPDMH, from State University of Surabaya.
We wish to extend an invitation to Mr. Arinto Nugroho, SH SPDMH from State University of Surabaya, Indonesia, to deliver a speech. To Mr. Arinto Nugroho, the stage is now yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, highly valued participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is a profound honor and great pleasure to welcome you all to the prestigious event today, this morning, the International Conference on Environmental Community for Sustainable Future, or as stated by the head of the committee, this is called ICECOFFE 2025. First and foremost, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of the Faculty of Law to Vice Rector 3, Dr. Bambang Sigit Widodo. He is not only supporting us, he is always behind us. The things that we done that he always monitor all the time, including the one that we have experienced during this year that UNESA implement OLOS policy. So he always reminds me especially, that you are ranked second from the very bottom. It's not from the top. So it's kind of kicking in my ass because, yeah, it's a concern for us. That's why I urge the committee to make this conference become not only available for the public, give the advantage to the public, but also the whole lecturers in Faculty of Law managed to succeed, managed to have the OLOS policy. I mean, the article is indexed in a journal reputation index, which is Scopus. I would like to convey our gratitude also to the esteemed speakers here. First of all, for the first one, Professor Ida Ayu Warmadewanti. I'm so sorry for the mispronunciation of your name. I just knew that her nickname is Professor Wawa. So welcome to the Faculty of Law, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Mr. M. Muryono, SSC, MSc, PhD, thank you so much for sharing the knowledge. He was the one who came after Pak Warik Tiga, and then he was telling about everything, including golf. Thank you so much, Pak Muryono. Business to business also. Professor Andri Gunawan Wibisono, PhD from University of Indonesia. He is online. Thank you so much, Professor Andri. In 2020, I remember that we invited him also to have a coaching clinic in a Faculty of Law. And in 2025, we invited him again to have this conference. Thank you so much, Prof. Andri. Dr. Sasha Hart, special coming from Netherlands. Now he is in Surabaya already, but he will be ready around 11 o'clock, 10 or 11 o'clock from the hotel. We will meet Dr. Sasha. Professor Joseph Navarro, National University Clerk from the Philippines. We have had the agreement with NUC. Thank you so much to Pak Hikam for connecting us to the NUC in the Philippines. We had also the visiting lecturers through online previously with the NUC. Dr. Madlin De Tingo from Pangasinan State University. This is also our partner. We have also previous event with the Pangasinan State University. Thank you so much for your time to have this conference. And the last one is Sri Paduka Sultan Delhi the 14th, Tuanku Mahmud Lamanjiji, Perkasa Alam STMT from Kesultanan Delhi, Indonesia. And of course, to all the experts, your willingness to join us and share your knowledge and insight is a foundation of this conference. Thank you, thank you. ICECOFFE 2025 is organized under the theme Transforming Environmental Protection to Foster Community Sustainability. This is more than just a conference. It is an international platform designed to gather the global academic community to discuss, to analyze, and advance the understanding about implementation of environmental protection in pursuit the SDGs. We are tremendously proud to witness the remarkable diversity among our speakers and participants. As mentioned by the head of the committee, the authors coming from around the countries from 4 continents. So we are very proud of it. Thank you so much for your participation. This diversity exemplifies the hexahelix collaboration model that we believe in. It is essential for the exploring innovative strategies and practical solutions to achieve the SDGs targets in 2030. Your diverse perspective will enrich the discussion across the main scope. There are 2. Number 1 is environmental sciences, and the second one is sustainable community. The Faculty of Law is fully committed to translating academic research into real-world impact. ICECOFFE 2025 is designed to be the scientific forum for collaborative action and fostering sustainable community growth. We understand that the dissemination and widespread accessibility of university research on these transformative technologies and their societal impact are super important. Therefore, I'm delighted to announce a vital commitment regarding the output of this conference. It is also mentioned by the head of committee that all accepted and presented papers at ICECOFFE 2025 will be published in a Scopus Index. Give applause to all of us. Let us utilize this platform to exchange knowledge, empower academic, and encourage institutions to actively contribute to the achievement of the SDGs through technological advancement and robust community engagement. Thank you so much again for your participation. I wish you all the highly productive, insightful, and inspiring conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We extend our sincere gratitude to Mr. Arinto Nugroho, SH SPDMH, for his speech. Next, we are pleased to invite the Rector of State University of Surabaya, Professor Dr. Nur Hasan Mkes, will be represented by Dr. Bambang Sigit Widodo MPD, who served as Vice Rector 3, to deliver the opening remarks. To Dr. Bambang Sigit Widodo, the stage is now yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished keynote and invited speakers, esteemed researchers, academics, practitioners, and policymakers, honorable delegates from universities and various institutions, the organizing committee of ICECOFFE, this is right, ICECOFFE, UNESA 2025. Thank you, Pak Arinto. This conference indexed by Scopus. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and warm greeting to all of you. On behalf of the Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, allow me to express our highest appreciation and gratitude for your presence of the opening of the International Conference on Environmental Community for Sustainable Future, ICECOFFE UNESA 2025. It is a privilege to welcome you to this international academic forum as we gather to share insights, strengthen collaboration, and promote sustainable solutions for our global community. This year, ICECOFFE UNESA carries the theme Transforming Environmental Protection to Foster Community Sustainability. This topic is highly relevant in today's context as environmental issues are no longer merely ecological concern. They have evolved into complex challenges that also encompass social, economic, educational, political, legal, and ethical dimensions. Therefore, future development must be grounded in sustainability and inclusivity, leaving no one behind in accordance with the spirit of the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. This conference represents a strategic platform to connect academics, practitioners, policymakers, entrepreneurs, communities, and international stakeholders through a hexahelix collaboration. We firmly believe that collaborative research and multidisciplinary dialogues are essential to strengthening community resilience and achieving environmental sustainability. For UNESA, this international conference reflects our strong commitment to becoming the empowering university, a globally competitive and socially engaged institutions. We believe that knowledge should not remain confined to academic discourse. It should serve as a catalyst for social transformation and evidence-based policy making. Ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely hope that ICECOFFE UNESA 2025 will generate meaningful outcomes, including the number one, international collaborative research networks. Number two, innovation and integrated technology and local wisdom. Number three, policy brief and scientific recommendation for government and communities. And the last one is replicable models of community empowerment towards sustainable futures. Let us move beyond awareness to collective and concrete actions. As environmental sustainability cannot be pursued by a single sector alone. It requires cross-disciplinary, cross-institutional, and cross-national partnership. Today, more than ever, we are called to unite our efforts and shape a better future for our planet and humankind. Therefore, I invite all participants to engage actively, exchange critical ideas, and build productive collaboration throughout this conference. With that spirit and by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, on behalf of the Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, I hereby declare the International Conference on Environmental Community for Sustainable Future, ICECOFFE UNESA 2025, officially open. We wish you a fruitful and inspiring conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Dr. Bambang Sigit Widodo, MPD, the Vice Rector III of the State University of Surabaya, for the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly proceed with the souvenir exchange and the formal documentation. We kindly request the committee members in charge to prepare, and we would like to invite Dr. Bambang Sigit Widodo, MPD, Mr. Arinto Nugroho, and all of the speakers to come up of the stage.
souvenir exchange from the Faculty of Law, State University of Surabaya, which will be presented by the Vice Rector 3, State University of Surabaya and Dean of the Faculty of Law to all the speakers.
Now we invite you to take a photo, first to the Vice Rector 3 State University of Surabaya, Dean of the Faculty of Law, the head of ICECOFFE, all of the speakers.
Now, we invite all the lecturers of Faculty of Law to come up the stage.
To all the speakers, please may to come up to the stage. I will assist you with the counting in 3, 2, 1. In 3, 2, 1. In 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Now, we invite all the lecturers of Faculty of Law to come up the stage. Please come forward. I will assist you with a formal pose in 3, 2, 1. Next pose in 3, 2, 1. The ICECOFFE symbol in 3, 2, 1. In 3, 2, 1.
Now we invite all the participants to come up the stage.
Please come forward.
So all the participants may come forward. In 3, 2, 1. UNESA one step ahead pose. In 3, 2, 1. Faculty of Law symbol in 3, 2, 1. ICECOFFE C symbol in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. Please take a seat again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the main event of today's agenda. We are about to commence the conference session, which will be moderated by Mr. Muhammad Akmal Habib, SH-MHL. Mr. Muhammad Akmal Habib, a lecturer at the Faculty of Law UNESA, an alumnus of the University of Sydney, Australia, and an awardee LPDP scholarship. To Mr. Muhammad Akmal Habib, the stage is now yours. Please give applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished speakers, our esteemed lecturers of Faculty of Law UNESA, and our respectful participants and also the organizing committees. I am Akmal, your moderator for ICECOFFE 2025. Yes, the conference where we save our planet Earth after our cafe break. I'm here today, would like to welcome everyone at our international conference on environmental community for Sustainable Future 2025 with the theme Transforming Environmental Protection to Foster Community Sustainability. We are here today with all the respectful, globally esteemed speakers for the first plenary session in relation to the field of environmental sciences. Hence, please welcome to our respectful speakers for this first plenary session. There will be 3 speakers. The first one will be Professor Insinyur Ida Warma Dewanti, or usually are called by Professor Wawa. Good morning, Professor Wawa. Okay, and the second speaker will be Mr. Muhammad Muryono, SSE, MSE, PhD. Good morning. Okay, and the third one will be the special speaker who will join us online, our Sultan, the real Sultan, yeah, from the Delhi Sultanate, Tuanku Mr. Mahmud Arya Lamancici Perkasa Alam. Good morning, Mr. All right. So it will be incomplete if we have. Okay, thank you. Hello, good morning, Sultan.
Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me.
All right, thank you for joining our session online, and we are looking forward to listen to all the speakers here. And I think it will be incomplete if we have no speakers in front of us. So please welcome to our respectful speakers, to Professor Ida or Professor Wawa and Professor Muryono, Mr. Muryono PhD, to come to join us in front of the session. All right, without any further ado, let's move into the first speaker for the first plenary session. If I may say, the first speaker is such a magician because she may turn the waste into the resource. So I'd like to deliver a short introduction of Prof. Wawa. She is a professor in the field of environmental science, particularly in the fields of solid and waste water management and technology. And she's also a senior lecturer of ITS, and she earned the PhD from NTUST, National Taiwan University of Science and Technology. Good morning, Professor. All right, so for dear all participants, yeah, as we listen to the speech, please kindly jot down any questions if you want to have or if you want to raise later on, because the session will be lasting for about 10 until 15 minutes, and it will be followed by the Q&A, the quick Q&A response. All right, for Professor Wawa, time's yours.
Thank you very much for Pak Ilham.
Akmal.
Pak Iqmal. So thank you very much for the introduction of me. So Good morning, everyone. So, good morning of Dean of the Faculty of Law and all of the organizing committee for this event. First of all, I would like to say thank you for inviting me to come to this such a very great opportunity to share about the waste management, especially because today as I mentioned by the moderator, that I'm as a what we call it magician to show the turning of waste to become a new material or resource of the energy. So before that, I would like to share the presentation first, but allow me to stand up because like as a lecture, if we sit down like this one, it's really not comfortable. And many of people maybe say that, oh, what kind of the talk about this one? So allow me to stand up to say something for this zero emission and zero waste. Can you share the my presentation slide? Pak Muryono, my turn is first and then continuing by you. Okay, as I mentioned previously that for the zero emission and the zero waste, actually, Indonesia already has a goals, okay, in 2060. Actually, around the world, the goals will be reached in 2050, but in Indonesia, we have the goals in 2060. So my topic is about zero emission, zero waste, and infinite possibility. So next. This is the condition in, can we, next? Okay, just leave this on because this is the one of the pictures, the very favorite one in my hometown because I come from Bali, not from Surabaya. I am exodus to Surabaya. Okay, so this is some of the research recap that already mentioned previously by the moderator. That mostly right now I work with the Nanyang Technology University, especially for biomass polarization. So next. And this is the current footprint of Indonesia, actually. If we take a look for the greenhouse gas emission, because we will talk about the renewable energy, we talk about the waste polarization, everything will also related to greenhouse gas emission. If we can take a look, the 5 sectors contribute to Indonesian greenhouse gas emission. Of course, the first one is regarding of land use and also change for the agriculture. But waste is also one of the contributor. So right now, the contribution of the waste actually for the mass management of the waste in Indonesia around 6% to 7% from the greenhouse gas emission total in Indonesia. Next. So what is net zero? So I make these kinds of the definition first about the net zero. This is the balance actually between the human-induced greenhouse gas emission are balanced by their removal from the atmosphere by human itself. If we take a look at the picture, some of the activity that we can use to make the net zero emission. Okay, next. We can see from here, Indonesia has the policy because we talk in the Faculty of Law. So the policy is really important. We have several pathways to achieve net zero emission in 2060 in Indonesia. For the waste, actually regarding how to strengthen management industrial waste, reduce municipal solid waste, and also including all of the stakeholder involvement, including community. So this is the theme of this seminar actually. So then we also have the utilization of the waste as one of the pathway to achieve net zero emission 2060. Next. And this is the Indonesia decarbonization plans, okay? So this is also including biomass and including waste also as a source of the energy. But we can see from here, I don't know, this is a very good example for discussion in the law faculty. Because we have several of the policy come from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry previously, right now is Ministry of Environment, come from the Bappenas, and come from the electric company, National Electric Company. But we can see from here, and based on the figures, their target is not similar. Which one that we will follow? The one come up from the Ministry of Environment, the one that come from the Bappenas, or the one that come from the electric company? Actually, this is the main problem also in Indonesia. We have so many policy, but then The problem is the number and the target goals is not similar. Which one that we need to follow to achieve the goals, okay? So this is one of the example that we need to discuss actually for many of the publication that we need to also show that we need to have a good policy regarding our target. Next. And then this is also the problem for the renewable energy, especially from the waste. We can see that limited of investment. We can see based on this figure, you can see that the green one is the investment for biomass and waste. It's not as high enough like a geothermal or another sources. So this is one of the challenge for use as waste as a renewable energy sources. And next. How about the solid waste in Indonesia? Many of us know about this one. We generate a lot of solid waste. Actually, from data from the ICECOFFE, because we have the national data, you can take a look very easy from the internet. We can download about the national data, show that the generation of the solid waste in Indonesia around 33.8 million. Okay, so 60% already managed, but 40% still unmanaged. So this one contribute again to the greenhouse gas emission also and pollution in our environment. So this is the composition. Might be very different with another country, mostly with the developing country like Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand in Southeast Asia. We generate a lot of food waste. And the second one is plastic waste, okay? And for the plastic waste, the highest percentage is come from packaging. For example, right now we are also using the packaging of the plastic because we are using mineral bottle. Every day we generate this kind of the plastic packaging. Other than that, the second also, the biggest one that we need to care is about the food waste. Okay, I don't know why in Indonesia we also generate a lot of food waste and food loss, around 155 to 184 kilogram per capita per year. This is based on the Bappenas data, and we also have some research regarding of the food waste and food loss in Surabaya city, especially because actually we also generate a lot of this kind of waste. Next. This is our model. Right now in Indonesia, mostly still like this one. Collect and dump. For example, in Surabaya right now, 68% of waste already managed. Only 2% that left in the environment. But 63% goes to the landfill. So we really depend on the landfill side. Without any recycling, very low, just only less than 4%. Okay? But the other mostly go to the landfill. So this is our challenge actually for solid waste management. Next. This is the fact. 2003, we have 35 of landfill caught fires because of the mismanagement of the solid waste in the landfill site. Next. Landslide. Just only in 2025 in Bandung, they have a big problem with the landslide in the landfill. So this is our facts in Indonesia. So next, what we are trying to do, okay, because this is our problem, our challenge, but we still need to do something, and we already have so many policy. Right now is about implementation, okay. So what we are trying to do, next. This one we call it zero waste can help the environment because Indonesia is also trying to implement the zero waste. We can see from here type of the waste and the polarization strategy that can be used and the output because as I mentioned, waste as a resources. So they can use as a source of the energy, fertilizer, new material, okay? So we can use many things for kinds of different type of the waste. Next. This is in Indonesia again about the circular economy. So this is also not really new approach, but in Indonesia we just start in 2020. And right now we are put in our national long-term development plan, 2025 to 2045, the 5 priority sector that need to implement circular economy. Food, retail, electronic, construction, and textile. Why Indonesia focus in these 5 different sectors? Because we are generate a lot of waste, okay, compared to another sector in manufacturing or industry. So these kinds of 5 priority sector need to implement the circular economy. It means that they need to do reuse, reduce, recycle, and any activity regarding of the circular economy. This is what I mentioned. See, next. See, we have 9 principles for circular economy. But for us in Indonesia right now, we really depend on recycle and recovery. R number 8 and R number 9. So just the bottom line, we are not yet go to the smart production or extended lifespan of product, no. We still depend on recycle and recovery. Next. This is again the regulation. Maybe this is also need to discuss by the Faculty of Law because we have so many regulations regarding of the implementation of circular economy, waste management. We have so many from national government, presidential, and also ministry, and also the local government. Because in Indonesia, the management of the solid waste responsibility is to local government. Okay, next. This is the picture from the Ministry of Environment. How we are dealing with the waste with the ideal way. So this is the ideally way to manage of the waste. We can see from here. Next, maybe. Can see? This is the involvement of the community, including the stakeholder manufacturing, because they need to do extended production responsibility. And for the community, they need to go for the community based on reduce, reuse, and recycle. But on the other hand, the left side, like this one, this is managed by the local government. And this is right now already implemented, although we still have some difficulty. But in here, actually, we are not yet fully implemented. I can doubt how many people that in here separate of their waste. Maybe no one, okay? So very difficult. For recycling is also like this one. Next. So this is based on our research, actually, the closed loop system that can enhance the recycling. The backbone is here, the waste bank. Actually, we know that the waste bank, the percentage of waste that right now they are managed is not really high. Right now in Surabaya, for example, only 2% from the total waste. However, this is also can be growth very fast if we have a support system to the waste bank, because they're recycling a lot of valuable of the waste. Next we can see, this is some application that we make to enhance the recycling and also connecting between the recycling, okay, because we connect the waste bank, enterprises, recycling industry. So still on progress how we can enhance the number of the recycling by using the technology. Next. And this is the impact of the waste bank, because this is related to the community. So they are creating job and also increase the environmental awareness and also recycle of some of the material become a new product. And the most important thing, how to change the habit of the people. Next. This is the facts, okay? Previously, I mentioned about the waste bank, and waste bank involved in the recycling of plastic especially. But on the other hand, the plastic, especially for the PET, this is, for example, the PET that we are used. How about the recycling? Right now, it's still very low. We have a lot of sources. Why then recycling is really low? Next. This is our research. We can see from here, the local recycling of the PET is really low, only less than 10%. This is based on our research lately 2025, and total a lot is uncollected. So we have a problem with this one. Actually, waste as a source, but on the other hand, just only very limited that recycling again. Mostly they will be uncollected, mean that they are spread everywhere. Burning, illegal dumping, okay, so we have this kind of the problem for the valuable economic of the plastic like a PET, because this one this one is the type of the plastic that have a high price. So why then the collection is really low? We need to answer this one actually. Next. And again, this is our challenge for the waste. Maybe everyone know about the MBG. Every day, they will be produce a lot of food waste and food loss, right? Next. So this is the one that we propose to the ministry actually, how we make the closed loop system for the waste management, especially for using as an anaerobic digester, fermentation, hydrolysis of the food waste, because some already implemented in Indonesia, especially in Jakarta. Okay, so they already have several of the activity for reducing of the food waste in terms of recycling to become new material and also new energy. Next, this is for example anaerobic digestion. This is right now my research mostly is an anaerobic digester. We try to convert the waste to become energy and also digested to become fertilizer. Next also, so this is our research lately, still ongoing with the Nanyang Technology University. Next, we try to convert all of the waste from municipal, agriculture, animal, and aquaculture, okay, with the UI, UGM, and ITB. We try to recycling to become upcycling product. This is for example. Next. See? So this is the larvae, but this larvae has a big money, okay? So this has a big money. Right now, people just only used to feeding the stock, okay? And feeding the chicken. But for us, this is like a money because the chitin from these kinds of material can be used for many different purposes. Bio oil, and also we use for bioadsorbent, we use for what we call it the anti-inflammation. So Nanyang Technology University will be use this one as an anti-inflammation because they don't have waste, so they come to Indonesia to collect the waste because the substrate is very specific for this one. Next, and this is BASF farm in Indonesia. We have a lot actually, but just sporadic because we are a very big country. So this area is sporadic to show that BASF also already implement in Indonesia. Next. Last one is waste to energy. Right now this is a hot topic with Danantara and with all of the policy, the new policy from President Republik Indonesia 2015. The waste to energy actually is also very potential in Indonesia. Next. We can see from here, this is Surabaya. This is the first one in Benowo. Okay, so we are company or support the Environmental Protection Agency of Surabaya from 2009 just can be implemented for the waste to energy in 2021. Can you imagine how long this one takes for only one waste to energy? And at that time, because of policy and law, we have some problem with the implementation of the waste to energy. Right now, the president already tried to reduce kinds of policy, so it's why then hopefully the waste to energy will become more faster built in Indonesia. Okay, so right now just only two. One in Surabaya already generate of electricity, but the other one in Solo, but it's not yet generate the electricity. Next. This is the spread of waste to energy in Indonesia. Okay, and next one. This is one of the process because some already implemented, but some still on the process because this price of money is really high for this kind of technology. Okay, so like in Jakarta, they still try to find the money. And in Palembang, ongoing on construction. In Surabaya and Solo is already implemented. So this is example of the waste to energy in Indonesia. Next one. And this is, as I mentioned, the regulation new by the President 2025 about the waste to energy project. I think this is also a very good discussion because they have some role in here. and including eligibility of regional government. So we need to discuss, because in the eligibility criteria for the regional government, for example, for one of the city, they need to produce of the waste at least 1,400 tons per day. For example, in Surabaya, we just only produce 1,700 tons per day. 1,000 already goes to the Benowo. We just only have 700 tons per day. But the government will be built these kinds of waste to energy if we have the solid waste around 1,400 tons. So it means that we need to add it more solid waste. Yes, we need to produce waste. What happened with this one? Okay, so it's why then Surabaya tried to ask Gresik, Sidoarjo to work together, receive their waste, come to Surabaya, and then will be managed in Surabaya. So this is a little bit burden to Surabaya city, because we are also have a problem with the land. But we try to find right now. We already help Surabaya city government try to find the land to build this new waste to energy project 2026, because this one next year will be implemented. Okay. So this is what I'm talk today. So as mentioned to you previously, we have so many things that we can discuss regarding to the waste to energy and also waste polarization. And the most important thing, okay, like law enforcement is very important. And the second one, the off-taker. The off-taker means the industry or manufacturing that takes these kinds of material or energy. If we don't have any off-taker that taking this kind of the product, so it will be not sustainable in the future. So this is my message actually. You have so many different things to discuss, especially around law enforcement, because we have so many law, but in the implemented is still really weak. So this one is also hot topics that can be discussed among of the Faculty of Law and others members. Thank you very much, and I give it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Wawa, that you have spoiled the hot potato to our session today. So, for dear participants, we know that in comparison, in football we have R9, Ronaldo Luis Nazario da Lima. But here, we know the new R9, like the leveling of the recycle of the waste. All right, without taking so long time, I will give the chance for those raising the hands, and I will choose probably just a few of the questioners to raise the questions they have already prepared. All right, I will give the chance for 1, 2, 3. Raise your hand if you want to have the questions. All right. So what if we give... Oh, okay. The first question will come from our participants. Yeah. From the summer school participants. Which one? Sorry. Oh, okay. All right, give your questions.
Start with the greatest name of Almighty Allah, who created all the things from water and clay. Thank you so much for such an amazing presentation. I was just wondering about something Redeemers. I just thinking about these things. So I would just ask one question from the Indonesia Net Zero 2060. My question is that given Indonesian current greenhouse trajectory and dependence on coal, what are the most critical policy technological inflection points needed between 2025 to 2040 to realistically achieve net zero by 2060, and how can be these extrapolated? Thank you.
So thank you very much for the question. regarding of our pathway to achieve the net zero emission. So as I mentioned in the slide, we have several of the activity actually, but for the waste, because you're asking about the technology, right? So the technology that we achieve right now, as I mentioned previously, how we are polarization of the waste actually. First of all, with the waste to energy, because we are convert the waste that usually will be produced the greenhouse gas emission by methane in the landfill, they will be converted to less dangerous or harmful of the greenhouse gas by using the waste to energy to produce mostly carbon dioxide. And the second one, we try to have some activity regarding to increase the number of the community involved on the solid waste management. So give the incentive to kind of the recycling industry especially, and also to the community that involved on recycling. So this is will be increase the number of the waste that can be recycling. Other than that, for the food waste especially, because the generated for the methane gas a lot is come from the food waste. So from the food waste, actually, as I mentioned to you previously, some of the activity like they use for the anaerobic process, for the aerobic process, and there will be also produce of the greenhouse gas, but at least less than mist management system. And the last one, right now, the government also tried to make the refuse dry fuel, the RDF, and this is, can be used for the process like a pyrolysis, briquette, and also fluffy RDF. So this one kind of the technology that implemented by the Indonesian government. Of course, it's still so many questions regarding of the emission of greenhouse gas, because all of this kind of activity also produce of the greenhouse gas, but at least they are less dangerous compared to like the produce of the methane, NOx or XOX that have a big value, more dangerous compared to carbon dioxide. We try to make to more stable, like a produce of the carbon dioxide. Mostly it's like this one.
Thank you so much, but I just need 1 minute. I respect your precious time. When it comes to the greenhouse, for example, non-carbon dioxide, but we have methane and non-carbon dioxide are greenhouse gases. Apart from that, when it comes to the landfills, peatlands, and agriculture are major methane contributors in Indonesia. So there's my question is that how should national climate strategies to more aggressively target non-carbon dioxide emission, which are often overloaded despite the high overcoming potential?
Yeah, I know. Yes, I know what your question is, because this is a really good discussion. Okay, I know that, as I mentioned, that we are produce kind of the activity still produce of the carbon, especially because it cannot be, I think it cannot be ignored for all, because it can be produced the carbon dioxide. At least the carbon dioxide is less harmful. And right now, we try to use like a carbon capture and storage, and this is also can be implemented, okay? But right now in Indonesia, we are just started. For several of the researchers, they already try to make the carbon capture and storage activity, and they also have some like a technology for storage of this carbon emission. So this is the way that we can reduce at least the number of the greenhouse gas emission. And of course, for the policy itself, like many mentioned about the using of the energy sector, especially because the coal is used for the energy sector mostly in Indonesia. This is also need to be shifted, okay? And this is also mentioned by the national pathway for Indonesia to achieve the net zero emission, because the source not only come from the waste, but the source is come from many different, like deforestation also need to be decreased in here, especially because they contribute a lot on the emission of the greenhouse gas. Okay? I hope that I answer your question.
All right. Thank you, Professor, for giving the precious answer and also the honorable presentation. But unfortunately, because we should provide the equal proportion of time for any other speakers, So for the participants, if you want to have further questions or further discussions, probably you may reach out to her. Probably, Professor, do you have any YouTube channel like where we want to have learned from you?
So you can ask it by link it, or maybe you can send an email to me. I think it's also good. Yeah, I don't have any YouTube channel yet, so I just have a link it. So you can reach me through the link. Okay.
Okay, give applause to our professor. Yeah. Thank you, Professor. Okay, now it's time for us to shift from waste management to the landscape management, where our next speaker, Mr. Muryono, will give the presentation about how to make a proportional landscape management for both nature and people. So please welcome to Mr. Muryono, PhD.
Check. Okay. Good morning. And of course, it will be totally maybe not so serious with Bu Arma. She is a serious person, and she also my colleague in the Center Study Research. She developed environment, we develop business. So my point of view today, because I hope the ambient will be not exactly as a law, because I assume in ITS maybe law major same with mechanical engineering. It means that the business is palu gada. Everything you want, you can get it. So I hope the conversation will be nothing less about the law. So we speak about the business thing, and of course, if Wawa is magician, I'm a farmer. So it's true. I have asset, like in total maybe 10 hectare, split in Tuban, in Ponorogo, and in Pandaan. So we have dedicated mostly to the farmer. So I want to sharing about the upstream business, regardless for the title is very strong title, food security technology for national resilience. So we wish that this conversation will be nicely ongoing for discussion also. So scaling innovative solution for climate resilient agriculture. So when we are a farmer, three things that should be proposed. The first one is availability. The second one is feasibility, and the last one will be totally important is affordability. So it means that when we have a technology, ITS and other thing, so expensive thing and feasible for prototype, but after the market, it will be very difficult if not affordable. So our novelty mostly based on the community scale. So we call it citizen science. And please next. And this is the topic, two topic. The first of all, from the data, our concern, especially Indonesia, also same issue is about the soil health. So based on the map from the geospatial data platform, land restoration, that Indonesia in the red zone on the red color, mean that farmland is currently degraded, or it means that the soil is totally sick. So we need a doctor. We need something to make them healthy again. And of course, the high proportion is in Java. And we can assume anything, but Java can be totally easy to answer. Many population, many industry, and another thing. Next, the first issue. The second one, like in the previous question, is about emission from the agriculture. Of course, emission not focusing on CO2. Greenhouse gas is many things. like CO2. Of course, CO2 can be easily now be counted, and also methane. Methane is also invisible, but now it's having also the issue. And the last one will be nitrogen thing. So we speak on the data for methane. I think Indonesia is still okay, but the point is increasingly. So it means that there is also an issue, regardless for the soil health, and the second one is potential from the agriculture for the emission thing. So we have two topics from now. There is another topic, many topics for agriculture. There is a lot of problem, but there is no solution. So I wish that these two topics, I will give you the solution thing. So next. This is what we call the segmentation. So it means that if decrease, of course, the money or the yield will be totally also broke, or you lost the profit. In Java, it's mostly now, maybe farmer only 0.2 hectare. Very small quantity for the agriculture sector. It's very small quantity for each farmer. And the second one is also domino effect, and exactly if we know that the farmer and other thing will be broke and the economic will be also cumulative and damaged. So it's just only logic frame for asking why we talk about agriculture. So it's been that the upstream will be follow to the down. And this is, I just grabbed it from the COP30. Now it's also being held in the Brazil. They speak also for agriculture thing. So sustainability in agriculture have a strong word regardless for the resilient food and nature-based solutions, conserve, restore, and protect, conserve, and restore. The three topics can be difficult to present together. So it means that it's make us very challenging for continuous improvement. Next. This is our novelty. So we have, maybe you can join us. We have the product, not product, just the society, just the community, ecosystem. It's called Institute Desa Mandiri, the independent village. And we have a title, we have the motto, Resilient Agriculture Investment for Net Zero Land Degradation and Low Emission. If you came here, you can be as farmer or you can be as investment. We have 4 types of product. The first of all is mostly we develop with the AI and other things, so data training and other things, so we get map agriculture practices. We have many projects for assessment for land property, especially in the corporate. We also using as a satellite, but mostly our customer is from the corporate, so it means that the affordability also is important for this case. And you can click, it's called pantotumbuh.id. It's already available. And the second one is probably is new, but this old thing is like a business thing, but it's now being recorded. Call it blockchain and IoT for traceability system. It means that security is based on the data. And the third one is breeding innovation. Of course, my basic is biology, so mostly we talk about breeding, and of course we talk about gene and other things, but now we have been digitalized. We have the dashboard to monetize the gene, because the gene now having many information. If you have the whole gene, and the expected gene will be very easily to simulate. Now, we have it. And the last one is carbon smart rice. It is totally dedicated with the project of low carbon rice, because we have also the market. Maybe like 2 or 3 years later, we have rice exported to Europe and other things, which is the benchmarking is totally important, especially for the emission thing. And also we have the website, so we can click it easily to know exactly in detail. Next. This is our novelty. So like we said, the baseline is still in the science. Like my specialty mostly in photosynthesis. We develop in the baseline, ground check, and then we make a training for the data, and then increasing with the drone, increasing with the satellite, and we get the algorithm, and we have the dashboard, and then we can totally easy to access in the big area. So this is in the first project for the palm oil for map agriculture practices. And of course, it can be also modified to another place, not just only palm. Next. And the second one is like we said, digitalize the data and other thing can be manifest to the data, including all of it, not just only money, all of the things that we can measure into the digital agriculture and makes a blockchain. Next. And the third one is we have intensively and annually get a new variety type because you know the situation of the market and also the climate change is totally pushing us to make a new variety type every year. So every year we get a new variety. Now our novelty is mostly in corn, hybrid corn, because it's more profit to make money also easily. So we have the license, we have the patent as a variety, new variety of hybrid corn. So this is the platform. So now it's more easily to manifest what will be happen in the data for gene and other backcross and other thing like a Mendel, maybe you still remember. So we now easily to simulate. Next. This is the last one, alternate wetting and drying. Of course, this is the old school because they assume that it's minimize the methane, not directly finish the methane, but minimize because the water consumed in the field is potentially for the methane. So we measure with alternate wet and dry, but we improve with IoT. So the data will be collectively because we have the perspective of carbon market also. Measurement and reporting and validate will be important for this project. So we measure and then validate and then we get the data and then we collect. And then we can make sure that the methane potential is present or reduced based on the level of water. In technically, maybe you can ask privately because it's easily, but sometimes it's more explanation. Next. And this also very simple. When we have artisan coffee, we have artisan biochar. It is totally affordable, like 5 or 4 to 5 million, not so big, because like we said, should be deployed to the farmer scale. Why? Because you know, from the biomass and other thing, Buawa said about the biomass of urban, but in our case, farmer also have potential with the rice husk, corn cob, and many things. So we try to modify the waste into the biochar, because biochar is like recharge. Char is charcoal, but in the field it's like anion and cation. It make the soil become healthy, because biochar is mostly in anion. Anion apa bahasa Indonesianya kapasitas tukar kation. Jadi mostly if we get this product, is also assumed that the carbon market can be applied also because it invests the seed into the soil, and the soil will have the benefit to make healthy. That's the thing. The total is 200 liter, and now we have like 10 distribution in Tuban in the farmer scale. Next. And this is the achievement of IDM. The point is about the good and well-being. So it's like a roadmap. But the point is not about the SDGs thing. It's about to make people in the field, farmer now being so many elder people is also important. So the science communication is totally challenging. So SDG is also important, but the point is about the science communication with the farmer and the business in the agriculture. Next. This is the last achievement for us. So ITS now also has a commitment because we have the product, we have the technology to get the sustainable rice practices in Indonesia. Next. This is also the patent. So the patent of agriculture thing, like in my study, we also develop every year as a new variety type, especially in corn. Next. This is the story when we get the achievement to the product. It's totally organic. You say Winangsi is very proud for our corn TKS Tunas Karya 10 November Cisamsu 234. Jadi it's like a product that from technology to the farmer, and then she said that it's very surprising, increasing the yield because hybrid corn is get increase the yield and also the money, and of course we cannot focus. Agriculture cannot focus to the product. We have to create the ecosystem thing, because if Kuningsi have the profit, sometimes the profit not came back again to the agriculture. You can guess that the money, if the farmer get much, mostly they buy something for consumption, maybe menikah lagi atau something. Yeah. That's the thing. That's totally big issue for the farmer, because if they get a lot of money, sometimes the money not came back to the farmer. They will be consumed non-agriculture thing. That's also the problem for social lifestyle. So it means that this is our homework also, to make money back to the agriculture thing. Good. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Muriono. If I may call you the hero of national identity, because back then, when we were still in elementary school, we were told that Indonesia is an agricultural nation, is an agricultural country, and this is the real hero, because he is struggling for building what the identity that Indonesia is still making a great potential for agriculture. And one more identity of him, he's not only a fortune teller that telling us, oh, in the future the agriculture will be better, but he is the real person to take in action. Okay, as the language of Bucita, act of service, not only words of affirmation. All right, then without any further ado, now let's open the session for Q&A. For those who want to raise your questions. Oh, sorry. Yeah, as instructed by the committee, the Q&A session will be at the end of the session. So the second speaker and the third speaker, Q&A session will be in the same session. All right. Thank you, Mr. Muriono. Yeah, we are looking forward. Actually, the participants are looking forward to raise the question. But let's listen to the next speaker, our real Sultan, as I said before. Assalamualaikum, Sultan Lamanjiji.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay.
Can you
I'm
hear
so
my
sorry.
voice? Can you hear my
Sorry?
voice? Can you hear my voice?
It's really audible here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anytime. Actually, I'm wondering, what is the best way for us to call you? Is it by Sultan, Tuanku, Tengku, or any other ways?
Yeah. Now I am a lecturer in the North Sumatra University in environment engineering. My students call me Pak Aji.
Okay, Pak Aji. Is it okay if we also call you Pak Aji?
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Okay, for the short introduction, now I would like to introduce the short bio of our Gen Z Sultan. Not only Sultan with a high amount of money, but he is the real Sultan of Delhi Sultanate. Or we also may make a comparison that he is the king of the kingdom. Delhi Sultanate is located in the North Sumatra. He is not only the leader of the community, but he is also the leader of protecting the community by making any advocacy to protect the land, to protect the environment of the Sultanate Delhi. Now, let's listen to the precious moment of us for his presentation, and the presentation will last for about 10 until 15 minutes. Time's yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace and prosperity be upon us all. Praise be to Allah, the Almighty, for His blessings and mercy that allow us together at this international seminar today. May our blessings and greetings be upon our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. To the respected rector of State University of Surabaya, Dean of the Faculty of Law, academic community of the Faculty of Law, and all participants and distinguished guests, I extend my warmest greetings to our speakers and presenters. I express my gratitude for your presence here today. First of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Faculty of Law, State University of Surabaya, and the organizing committee for inviting me to this international seminar. It is a great honor for me as the 14th Sultan of Delhi, Delhi Sultanate at North Sumatra to be able to participate and share my thoughts in this international seminar today. Next. The Delhi Sultanate was established in 1632 in Delhi, which is now part of North Sumatra province. The traditional territory of Delhi Sultanate includes the entire city of Medan, half of Delhi Serdang Regency, half of Serdang Bedagai Regency, the entire city of Tebing Tinggi, and half of Binjai city. After Indonesia's independence, the Delhi Sultanate merged into the Republic of Indonesia. So now the Sultan Delhi serves as a traditional symbol, tasked with absorbing the aspiration of the traditional community and conveying them to the government, aiming to create a peaceful, tranquil, and prosperous traditional territory. Given the complexity of societal issues, the Delhi Sultanate also plays a role in environmental and mangrove conservation. Before slide, the first slide, I'm sorry. I will tell you next slide. Okay. Okay. The fundamental principle of Delhi Sultanate in conserving and preserving the environment and mangrove forest is based on Surah Al-A'raf, verse 56, which reads, "And cause not corruption upon the earth after it has been set in order, and invoke Him in fear and hope. Indeed, the mercy of Allah is near to the doers of God of good." In Islam, preserving the environment is crucial for several reasons. First, amanah responsibility, and second, avoiding corruption. Third, respecting Allah's creation, because the environment is a creation of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, so we must respect and protect it. And the fourth, receiving Allah's mercy. In the context of the Delhi Sultanate, preserving the environment and mangrove forest is part of upholding Islamic teachings and safeguarding natural heritage for future generations. Next. We have a history of protecting the environment. In the Fan Concession Act, the Delhi Sultanate emphasizes fruit trees within the concession area, including all annual plantation crops whose ownership rights are utilized, also included bamboo, dadap, and similar trees, as well as trees where beehives are located, may not be cut. Listen, may not be cut down by the concession holder. And the second one, along rivers and tributaries that usually contain water during the dry seasons, except for artificial water channels, timber trees may be planted on both sides up to a distance of 50 meters, measures from the normal riverbank and around water resources that flow during the dry season up to a distance of 100 meters may not be cut without permission from the local government head. These agreements are taken from the Fan Concession Act Bajalingge, Article 5, Paragraph 1, and 11 paragraph 1 issued on April in 18 April in 1895 in Tebing Tinggi. Now, in environmental conservation, we focus on educating the community on the importance of sorting waste from home. The Delhi Sultanate needs to conduct waste sorting education to the community because, one, the lack of awareness. Many people still don't understand the importance of waste sorting and its impact on the environment. Second, waste becomes a major issue. The amount of waste generated by the community is increasing, but it is not matched with proper management. And the third, reducing management impact. And fourth, raising community awareness. By conducting waste sorting education, the Delhi Sultanate can help the community understand the importance of protecting the environment and reducing its negative impact. The Delhi Sultanate is also actively involved in mangrove forest conservation, given its traditional territories location on the coast of North Sumatra. By conserving mangroves, the Delhi Sultanate protects its coastal communities, preserves biodiversity, and supports sustainable development. Next slide, please. So the question is, what is the urgency of conserving the environment and mangrove forests? Next slide. We know that one, protecting the biodiversity is crucial as it maintains the delicate balance of ecosystems, ensuring the survival of various plant and animal species. This is in turn preserves the health of our planet. And second, reducing the risk of natural disaster is another significant benefit. Preserving natural habitats like mangrove forests and wetlands helps mitigate the impact of floods, storms, and tsunamis, safeguarding communities and infrastructure. And the third, decreasing greenhouse gas emission is vital for combating climate change. Fourth, improving water and air quality is also essential. Natural systems filter water and air, providing clean resources for humans and wildlife. And the fifth, supporting community livelihoods is a critical aspect as well. Next slide. So, what is the Delhi Sultanate strategy? This is the strategy. The Delhi Sultanate strategy for conserving the environment and mangrove forest can be implemented by one, we can build a partnership. As we see, we have a partnership with Indonesian Navy, TNI Angkatan Laut, researcher and government, local government, city government and province government, and the ministry and community. Education and outreach, conducting education and outreach to the community about the importance of environmental and mangrove forest conservation. And the community involvement, involving the community in the conservation and management process to increase ownership and responsibility. So we have a partnership with Indonesian Navy and the government, researcher, and community. We can build each other. We can bring what the aspiration from the community to Indonesian Navy or government or researcher. With this strategy, the Delhi Sultanate can increase the effectiveness of environmental and mangrove forest conservation, as well as improve the welfare of local communities. Next slide, please. So this is the outcomes. We hope that community is aware of the importance of preserving the environment and mangrove forests. And the second, improve community economy. And third, improve environmental quality. Next slide, please. This was during my audience with the Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Muhammad Ali. We discussed how to improve the welfare of the coastal communities in Tanah Delhi and also efforts to conserve the coastal areas. The Delhi Sultanate has conferred an honorary title to the Chief of Naval Staff as Datuk Laksamana. So whoever holds the position of Chief of Staff will bear the title of Datuk Laksamana. Next slide, please. And this is the discussion about mangrove conservation with the River Management Agency, Wampu Sei Ular in Medan just yesterday. Next slide, please. This is we plan mangrove with community and when my student in the Perbaungan Pantai Romantis, we call Pantai Romantis Beach in the Delhi Serdang Regency. Next slide, please. This is me with the governor of North Sumatra Province and rector of USU, Mrs. Murianto Amin, and head prodi of the environment engineering. We in the opening of the circularity center in USU. My role is manager of the circularity center in USU. We have a black soldier fly, we have a maggot, we have a sorting plastic, HDP, and others. Next slide, please. Okay, in conclusion, I invite all speakers and participants of today international seminar to collaborate with the Delhi Sultanate to conserve the environment and mangrove forest. Menjunjung kasih is a thank you very much.
The speaker too. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I would like to ask you a question. How can we create a value chain innovations that not only increase production but also reduce post-harvest loss, which is a major threat to food security?
Okay, it's very easy question. You have the most difficult thing.
Actually, at my current level, I can only ask like I am a
yeah.
S1 student, so this is.
Yeah, no, just joking. No hard feeling, no hard feeling. Because in my thought, we have say the troubleshooting thing. So when we have the crew, like I'm biologist, like you said, agriculture. We not recruit the agriculture. We recruit engineering, because engineering is very easy to monetize your question. Just only X and Y, and also algorithm thing. So you mean profit, increase yield. Profit, increase yield, increase fertilizer and other thing. But when you're asking about, how to say that, the narration about the food security, and the last one will be the increasing the value. Is this correct? The agriculture thing. The value change. It's been that we have to value also the people and the nature. What do you want to improve, the people or the nature? If you want to improve the nature, you have to market in the Europe. But if we improve to the nature, it's high cost in Indonesia. Like I have low carbon rice. Everyone here didn't recognize about the low carbon rice. They just ate it. Nothing about the glycemic index thing, healthy food, another thing. But when we talk about the market, we know exactly what we want to edit the value. the people is the second one. Because, you know, when we have the farmer in Indonesia, in Trunojoyo probably can be, we have the farmer, we have the secondary farmer, we have the third farmer. So it's been the owner of the land. They give the money to the someone to make some cultivation thing. The second one, the second layer of the farmer. The third one is sometimes when we have the farmer, they also give to another farmer to take some work, the same thing. That's why this is the difficult thing for us to make identify which farmer do we want to improve. In my thought, I just follow the money. If the farmer have the money, it means that he is the farmer. If they don't have the money, it means that she is the worker, not the farmer. So I hope if you have that question, it means that you have the value about what do you want to achieve, because it's also the timeline, yeah. And the second one is the cost of your timeline. We have the low carbon rights, 1 hectare. It costs how much dollar? It means that sometimes it's not valuable to the achievement of certified. So it means that the problem about Indonesia is about not just only the value, it's about how to make narration is very logic to the people.
Thank you very much.
If you're not confused. Okay. You come to IDM, I will teach you.
Sure.
Yeah.
I would like to.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Then, is there any other questions to raise here? Oh, we also have another person to raise the question. All right, please stand up and state your name and your affiliation, then give the question to which speaker that we have today.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
My name is Fazila Mari Baloch, and basically I'm from Pakistan, and now I am doing my master's program from UNER in economics department as Dua. So my question from second speaker, because this presentation focus on bridging a scientific innovation and a real agriculture practice to help both small farmer and large supply network. So my question is that how can we ensure that technology innovation are actually accessible and beneficial to small farmer, not only big companies? Thank you so much.
Yeah. Wanita soleha. Yes, Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah. It's actually, like we said, I said in the briefly introduction, our market is a farmer. So availability, visibility, and affordability is important. If you said about our chamber for pyrolysis, when we have the value to the market, maybe it's totally affordable, like 4 or 5 million rupiah. But we have also the biggest one, because mostly with the miller business, penggilingan ya, rice miller business, there's a lot of investment also. That's why in my baseline, in our baseline, our HPP, our basic price is based on the income of the farmer. Do you know the income Indonesian farmer? If you can notice, rice or corn, they just only profit maybe like 2 and 3 million rupiah, because 3 months. Yeah, it's very carry, very small profit. Yeah. Like we said, rice is non-profit commodity. I have my own legacy when we have working with the tobacco. Tobacco is very nice. But now rice is being so many achievement because you know the beras, the rice thing. Mostly they ate rice. Rice, 60% population. But the point is how much the the farmer can get with the rice agriculture or corn agriculture. So when we talk about your question about the technology base, it means that we need more logic to the farmer, like we design very small quantity with the farmer thing. Just stick to the affordability based on the profit of the farmer. If you still confused, we will, oh no, okay. Hello. This is, I hope it's not answer your question. So it means there is another conversation after this, yeah? Sengaja.
Okay, now I'd like to see to the operator, is there any question raised online? Okay. All right, unfortunately, again, it's about the time matter. So for everyone, if you still have some questions to raise to the speakers, both second speaker and the third speaker, probably we will have the further discussion. And if you may, Mr. Muryono and also Pak Aji or our Sultan, if we want to have a further questions, probably is there any specific way for us to reach you out? Oh, okay. Or probably there is still one question available, and this question will be delivered and will be asked to the third speaker, our Sultan. All right, please give the question.
Pardon me, Mr. Moderator, can you help me to write the question in the comment in the Zoom, because in this area signal is bad or poor. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And the question is still on, is still written by the one who will raise that question.
Hello. My voice is here.
Yes.
Okay, my question is, let me introduce myself. My name is Krishna and I'm from State University of Surabaya. And my question is, sir, you explained about environmental conversation in the question is, what rationale underpin the Delhi Sultanate special restriction such as the 15-meter river buffer rule and 100-meter protection near water source, and how do this compare to modern environmental impact assessment and riparian zone management? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krishna, for your question. As I say before, that in the Fund Concession Act, that along rivers and tributaries that usually contain water during the dry season, timber tree may be planted on both sides up to a distance of 50 meters and around water source that flow during the dry season up to a distance. The special
Hello, check. Oh, so unfortunate for us. All right, so guys, for the participants here, yeah, probably next, probably if the Sultan will join us back on Zoom, we will provide the answer of that question. Then, because we have all speakers have delivered their speech and also the questions are already raised, thus, if we still have so many questions to raise, please give it to the speakers after this session. I think that for the first plenary session, and there is one saying that we have only one planet Earth. There's no planet B. So if we want to save the environment, it's not only just about planting the trees, but also creating the community that care to the environment. Okay, this moderator now has already in the process of signing off. So I will give the session back to the MC.
We express our gratitude to Mr. Muhammad Akmal Habib, SHMHL, for serving as an excellent moderator during the first session. We will now continue with the presentation of certificate from Mr. Muhammad Ali Hassan, SHMH, as a Vice Dean of Faculty of Law. To Mr. Muhammad Ali Hassan, please proceed to the front of the stage. We kindly request to all speakers in panel 1 to come forward and proceed to the front of the stage. To Prof. Ida Warmadewanti for documentation. Please give a big round of applause. And next, a formal documentation to Dr. Muryono. Please give a big round of applause. And now, a symbolic certificate to Mr. Arya Lamajiji Saripaduga Sultan Delhi 14 Tuanku Mahmud Lamajiji Perkasa Alam STMT Kesultanan Delhi, Indonesia. To Mr. Muhammad Akmal Habib, SHMA, thank you so much for the service and please come forward for the certificate. A formal documentation. In 3, 2, 1. Please give a big round of applause.
Now proceed to the second conference session on today's agenda, which will be moderated by Mr. Hikam Hulwanullah SH-LLM MH. Mr. Hikam Hulwanullah SH-LLM MH is currently serving as a lecturer in Constitutional Law at the Faculty of Law, State University of Surabaya. To Mr. Hikam Hulwanullah, the stage is now yours.
Cek 1, okay. Allow me to open this session, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished
participant, esteemed speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous because all my friends in committee say that my outfit same as assurance agency. So, okay, no worries. We going to next session, and welcome back to the International Conference on Environmental Community for Sustainable Future, ICECOFFE 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, in this second panel, we have 5 speakers here. 2 speakers will present the materials in person here, and the third speaker will present their materials by Zoom. So, before we begin, as we sit here in this very comfortable, very well-lit, and especially for Surabaya, very well air-conditioned room, it is perhaps the perfect moment to begin a serious discussions about what sustainability and community resilience truly mean in practice. It highlights the exact challenge we face, balancing between human comfort with ecological responsibility. So, in Surabaya, so by the way, maybe participants and ladies and gentlemen, how was the Surabaya? It's good? Is it the weather as warm as your hometown? Yeah, in here in Surabaya, we have a joke. One people have one sun here, so it's really warm here. Okay, we have 5 speakers, and I will invite 2 speakers in person here. The first one is Mr. Arinto Nugroho, and the second one is Prof. Sasha. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our speaker with applause. We kindly invite for the speakers to upcome in stage. Over there, Professor. Okay, Professor. How are you, Professor? Please take your seat. Thank you. We have 5 speakers. Allow me to read this short bio for the speakers. The first one is Dr. Sasha Hart. Is it correct to pronounce your name? Okay. He's from Maastricht University, Netherlands. He has research focus in the field of integrated solution in government policy and intelligent system for public service and community resilience. Sasha Hart defended his PhD thesis on parliamentary immunity in several different member states of the European Union and the European Parliament in 2013. He is a fellow of the Montesquieu Institute. His research is in the area of comparative constitutional law and the interrelation between political process and development in constitutional has an impact on integrated solution in government policy for community growth. And the second speaker is Mr. Arinto Nugroho, SH, SPD, MH. He is from State University of Surabaya, UNESA. He has an expertise in non-disparities and income equality in the context of labor rights. His research areas in the past 5 years have included workers' rights, labor reform, migrant workers, and workers with disabilities. He also holds numerous registered copyrights on mechanisms for socialization in the field of trade unions and industrial relations as a part of sustainable community development issues. So his research background in labor rights aims to accomplish equality in labor rights. And we have 3 speakers, another speakers in Zoom. Hello, Prof. Andri Gunawan Wibisana, are you there? Could you hear my voice clear? Prof. Andri Gunawan Wibisana? Okay, we next to the 4th speaker, Dr. Madeline Tinko from Pangasinan State University, Philippines. Hello, Professor.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning. Could you hear me clear? Is my voice audible there?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much. How are you, Professor?
I'm fine, sir. I just arrived here in Baguio City.
Okay, thank you so much. And the last speaker, the fifth speaker, is Professor Joseph Navarro. Professor Joseph, are you there?
Yes, good morning to everyone.
Okay, good morning, Professor Joseph from National University Clark, Philippines. So Pangasinan University in the northern part of the Philippines and NU Clark in the middle part of the Philippines itself.
Yes,
And Prof. Andri Gunawan, hello. Are you still there? Okay, maybe we next for the bio from Dr. Madeline Tingo. She's from Pangasinan State University, Asingan Campus, Philippines, as a campus executive director. She has a doctoral degree on public administration, specifically about strategic planning and current issues in public administration. She has a research focus on disaster risk education and etc. And for Professor Joseph Navarro, he is from NU Clark, Philippines. He has a particularly practical background in sustainable community services as the co-founder of YGOAL Inc., a social enterprise focused on co-creating solutions on organizational development. He proactively works on national and internationally funded community development initiatives in the country through his engagement in the development sector, serving in various capacities in community development, public relations, communications, and even political management, gender, and development. Among these are the Cultures Across Mindanao program, wow, with the U.S. Embassy and Ayala Foundation, and the Community Health Advocate Mobilizations program with the Philippine Leadership and Empowerment Alliance for Development, Inc. Okay, so we start from the first session, from the first speakers, by Dr. Sasha Hart. We have 10 until 15 minutes for your presentations, bro. For the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you very much to the organizers of the conference for having me. First of all, maybe two disclaimers. If your attire, Mr. Moderator, is similar to an insurance agent, and mine is similar to a holidaymaker, I apologize for that. My time in Indonesia is about a month, but the luggage allowance is only 20 kilo. Therefore, I do not have a suit with me at the moment. Second, I'm a constitutional lawyer, as was introduced. So I'm a bit, to quote Sting, I'm a bit of a legal alien in the sustainability field. So I hope that the comments today can offer to the distinguished audience can still be of some relevance. I have been asked to speak to you for some moments about or reflect a little bit on the use of intelligent systems in climate governance, and I would like to link this to some extent to my research, which revolves largely around accountability of public office holders. Now, here we're not speaking about public office holders, but accountability and the implementation of constitutional rights are still something that, in my opinion, should not be lost sight of in our pursuit to create sustainability and sustainable communities. And what we see, and what maybe my discipline in law can contribute to the conversation on sustainability, is that there is at least the potential for some clash or for some conflict between attempts to implement sustainability, to achieve greater sustainability, also not least through technological means on the one hand, and on the other hand, the need or the desire, legally speaking, to maintain rights, to stay on the path of the rule of law, and to stay within the framework of constitutionalism. So I'm trying to combine these perspectives a little bit in my presentation. Next, please. So first of all, legally speaking, environmental constitutionalism, what has been dubbed environmental constitutionalism, is a theme of growing importance. So there is growing legal recognition of the need to protect the environment and of the sort of a growing legal role for the environment itself. The United Nations Environmental Program, Environmental Rule of Law Report 2019 already, so that's a couple of years back, has found that there are currently in more than 150 constitutions or constitutional frameworks around the world references to the environment, within 85 of them even explicit environmental rights. That is good news, and the number is growing. But of course, it doesn't tell us very much yet about the practical implementation of these things. For the practical implementation, probably of some greater relevance is the existence of procedural rights and procedural norms. For example, when it comes to rights to information, rights to transparency, rights to participation, my field more specifically, and of course, rights to and access to justice in case of conflicts. Now, the hypothesis with which I try to prepare this contribution is that intelligent systems have a double-edged potential. They can both disrupt and help implement these rights and duties at the same time. Next, please. Before I go a little bit deeper into how they could potentially disrupt or help implement, let's look at how these intelligent systems, which I understood here as especially systems of artificial intelligence and a little more widely digital systems generally, so digital platforms being used, including social media, but also the availability of the tools of digital infrastructure more generally, are currently governed, and which governance scheme there are. I'm just giving a couple of examples. There is an increasing number of them, and also the density of regulation inside these schemes is growing. So already 2014, Brazil adopted a rights-based digital governance scheme, the Marco Civil da Internet. I don't know if my Portuguese does that correctly. In the European Union, we have a number of layered instruments, which probably is not exaggerated to claim the currently most advanced governance structure for artificial intelligence and digital services in the world, at least when it comes to the density of the rules. That starts with the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, which is probably simultaneously an instrument that's quite annoying to a lot of users because it generates many clicks, because you have to, you're constantly asked for your permission to use data, to save data, to store data, and as an operator of all kinds of web-based systems, you have to comply with a huge number of obligations. On the other hand, it is probably the most effective scheme in the world right now when it comes to limiting unwarranted data collection by internet giants. So it's quite an effective scheme. We have the Digital Services Act since 2022, which introduces a degree of algorithmic accountability. And since last year, there is also the so-called AI Act, which provides for a layered approach to artificial intelligence, both the production and the provision of AI services and the use on the user end. And depending on how high the risk is, so for example, there are higher risk activities like use in the military, use in public data handling, personal data handling, and also uses in education, by the way. And there are lower risk things like, I don't know, using ChatGPT as a private person. And depending on how high risk the category of AI usage is, the obligations that one has to comply with, both as a provider and a user, are higher. and then a number of countries regulate such services at national level. Italy has them constitutionalized in combination also with environmental principles, 2022. And in France, there is an institution, the National Commission for IT and Liberties, which tries to monitor the preservation of liberties in the age of algorithmic governance. Now, we see that instruments are catching up. They're not catching up quite fast enough with technological developments, but these efforts are being made. And at the same time, efforts are being made, of course, for environmental management, environmental improvement, and what I mentioned earlier, the environmental constitutionalism. Now, combining the two, what can be the potential conflict? Next. Now, let's see where, this is just a brainstorm, right, where intelligent systems could potentially be used and are used in some of the examples that I found in environmental governance. For example, we see that certain countries, also subnational entities, use intelligent system to do environmental monitoring. Earlier, we saw some very interesting maps about, for example, the soil quality. These are probably based to some extent on, or deforestation also. These are probably based to some extent on satellite monitoring. There are air quality sensors operated by universities, operated by municipalities and by nations in many countries. And there's also other sources of electronic data collection. There are IT tools, AI tools, which help to predict climate risks and predict the risks of, for example, natural disasters in certain areas, which can have an impact not only on, for example, agricultural investment, but they also have an impact, for example, on insurance prices. So it is quite sensitive also for private citizens. So there's a connection with rights. And we have the smart city optimization scheme. So how can the question how cities can improve quality of life, which also brings it into the area of participation in which I sometimes operate. So why is this interesting from a rights perspective, from a constitutional rights perspective? Because these tools are, first of all, bias. They can have biases. They can have all kinds of technical features which are predefined, which are non-open, non-alterable, and potentially even unknown. Whereas at the output end, the law or the policy or the decision of the government, whatever it may be, attaches regulatory consequences. So the use of technological tool has real-time legal consequences, whereas on the input side, we may not exactly know how they're operating, what they're concretely doing, what data they're collecting, how they're using it, etc. Next, please. So there are some constitutional risks here. First of all, the risk of opacity. Opacity means that we do not necessarily know what is going on inside the black box of the AI algorithm or the technical scheme, whatever it may be, that is being used, which might lead to difficulties implementing the information, the access to information rights that we already have. Second, automation. Now, AI is, of course, great when it comes to improving efficiency, at least outwardly, because it speeds up processes. On the other hand, how does it speed up processes? By replacing human decision-making at several instances. Now, when human decision-making is automated and thereby replaced, then there is at least the potential that, for example, consultation duties, which translate into the right of citizens to have a say, are bypassed because the decision is fully automated. We don't even know where and how and based on what the decision is potentially taken. There's also, especially in an example which I give you later on participatory budgeting, a potential risk in algorithmic filtering. Algorithmic filtering can be very beneficial because it is, if handled well, bias-free, it is efficient, it can crunch numbers in ways that humans, especially collegial bodies of humans, potentially can't. But also, it influences public deliberation and possibly limits the ambit of public deliberation. And then lastly, digital exclusion. So it is, of course, useful, and it will not be possible to take back, or even desirable to take back, the age of technology in governance. But we have to be aware that not everybody is operating in the digital sphere at the same speed and savviness. So if we make certain decision processes and certain tools available only through the digital sphere, then there are real concerns for equality before the law, equality in participation, because there might be communities with bad connectivity who then could not participate at all. There might be persons, classes of persons, for example, senior citizens, who are not actually able to participate fully in these digital schemes at all. So it is important to be mindful of equality concerns as well. Next, please. Let's have a look, by way of a case study, by way of an example, at how this can be managed in a beneficial way and how potentially the risks might be mitigated. 2 minutes left, okay? I'll try to speed this up. Participatory budgeting. Now, participatory budgeting is a great tool from a constitutional perspective because it, on the one hand, solves certain political problems, for example, the disenchantment with political decision makers that we see in many places in the world right now. And on the other hand, it creates the problem of how to organize things, because you leave decisions to, essentially, that's the point, non-professional people. So in participatory budgeting schemes, what happens is that municipalities, provinces, regions, and sometimes countries set aside a portion of the budget, that can be smaller or larger, for the free disposal of by citizens, based on proposed projects, for example, environmental projects. And then either a randomly drawn group of citizens or everybody through the internet can make proposals and later vote on which ones of them receive a budget subsidy. Now, in doing this, both in the gathering of proposals and then second in the assessment of feasibility and lastly in the clustering and management of the voting process, we need the use of digital services. And probably AI. It is almost not feasible without that. And we see this being done already in experimental ways, for example, in Barcelona, where under the scientific accompaniment of the University of Barcelona, AI helps cluster the proposals, do the feasibility studies, and so on. And we generally see that participatory budgeting, especially also in environmental projects, is done through digital platforms. So the voting is done altogether digitally. We see this in Seoul, we see this elsewhere. This is good because it supports transparency, so it alleviates some of the transparency concerns that we have. And if the participation is done with care and foresight, for example, if you make it possible not only to vote online, but also to do it in some offline fashion, you may address the equality concerns. But from a constitutional perspective, it remains necessary to maintain systems accessible, transparent, compliant, certainly in the case of the European Union, with existing constitutional and legal frameworks throughout. And there is a challenge in this, but it's possible to do. Next, please. Now, good practices and solutions might lead to a couple of things that we have to be mindful of, and I think I will conclude with this. First of all, whenever we use such tools, and in some jurisdictions, certainly in the European Union, this is already mandatory, we must always mandate at least the minimum requirement of algorithmic transparency, which will exclude certain commercial operators who treat this as a business secret. So mandating algorithmic transparency is important because otherwise we simply cannot know whether legal obligations are fulfilled. Second, in order for equality before the law concerns to be met, we must, for the time being at least, remain cautious to always offer hybrid participation channels, so online and offline, to warrant equality and to mitigate risks of exclusion. Third, since tools are developing and impacts are not always clear and research is too slow to keep up with technological developments, independent and periodically repeated audits of publicly used algorithms with regards to their safety, their suitability, and possible problems that we might not have foreseen are definitely in order. And lastly, it is very useful, and we see this in the participatory budgeting schemes, not only useful but also advisable in terms of their acceptance and popularity, that we let communities co-design whatever governance tool we use. Next one, but I think this concludes it. Oh, wait, okay. So these are the key takeaways. Transparency is a constitutional requirement for use of technology in environmental governance and sustainable community development. Participation must be a design feature and not an afterthought. Equality must be warranted through inclusion. Human oversight must remain guaranteed, and that will be a problem in the future that has to be addressed. And there needs to be, especially important from the point of constitutional law, always the possibility of contestability and accountability in case some legal problems will occur. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for Dr. Sasha Hart. Thank you, Dr. Hart. It was a fascinating look at the potential of intelligence to transform the delivery of public service and indeed enhance the community life. It is an amazing discussion because the collaboration between the constitutions, algorithmic and the environmental. As we know, in Indonesia, we have a Professor Jimli Asidiki with his thought about the green constitutions. It's really good for a collaboration or maybe to get an like integrated discussions next. And then, hence, without further ado, let me invite for the second speaker, Mr. Arinto Nugroho, SH, SPD, MH. Give applause for the second speakers, and time is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If the speakers on the first session talks about the stuff, talks about the technology, talk about the thing, not the human being, but on my presentation here, I'm going to talk. I'm going to give the stress on the human being, the people. This is about the labor rights. We know SDGs. We are talking about SDGs. Sometimes people misunderstood that this is only about the environment. It's about the waste, the corn, the rice, as mentioned by Pak Mur. But there are some aspects about human being that we need to pay attention to. And today I'm going to deliver my presentation about non-disparities and income equality in Indonesian labor rights. Next, please. Why equal labor rights are crucial for sustainability? So, if you're talking about sustainability, it's not only about environmental. That's my point. We also have to pay attention on the social aspect and on the economic aspect. Justice and equality in labor rights are central to the pillars of SDGs, especially SDGs 8 and SDGs 10. It's about decent work, it's about reduce inequalities. That's the point. Next. I'm going to give the empirical evidence based on in Indonesia. I'm not going to talk about the legal aspect here, giving the stress on the legal aspect, because in our daily basis we talk about, okay, we have a law number 13 2003 and its derivatives, and also we have a job creation law. But I'll give more on this fact that there are some disparities, even though, yes, the first one is about geographical and sectoral disparities. I'm talking about the regency minimum wage. Indonesia, from Aceh to Merauke, you can see that Indonesia has very, very different from place to place. I mean, different from the aspect of social, from the aspect of economics, from the aspect of how the city is built. So this is very understandable that, for example, the people living in Ngawi, the minimum wage is probably around 2.3 million rupiah. While the people living in Surabaya, if they live in Surabaya, in 2025, if I'm not mistaken, it's at 4.9 million rupiah. By seeing this fact, then the people living in Ngawi has the bigger chance to move to Surabaya because they want to find higher salary. While actually, if we pay attention to the Pak Mor's presentation, that Ngawi is one of the place to, as a rice producer, if I'm not mistaken, then why should they go to Surabaya while in his area they need their effort, they need their, they need their work to do agricultural stuff. So that's the point. The second one is about, we are talking about formal and informal sectors. It is unavoidable that Indonesia still have those who work formally and those who work informally. The informal one, for example, I've talked to Pak Sasa about the gig workers a few days ago. We have a problem with the gig workers in Indonesia, how the government deal with them, while actually they're not categorized as workers. That's the biggest problem. So here, for example, those who work in the agriculture area, who work in a domestic domestic workers. So that's the problem also arising in Indonesia. The next one, it's about gender and inclusion disparities. Even though Indonesia has the law, but I have to give appreciation also, but the gender equality in Indonesia compared to probably United States of America. There is an article that I've just read that in the United States they state that we are a democratic country, but pay attention that from the very beginning up to now they still don't have a female president. While us, Indonesia, we have a female president, but a lot of female leaders in Indonesia. So generally, they are in a good condition in Indonesia. But in certain things, for certain area, there is still unequal pay for the same work. The next one is about discrimination against vulnerable persons, vulnerable groups. For example, the migrant workers. I've just had the international community service to the migrant workers. They work in Brunei Darussalam and also in Malaysia. And I got headache instantly because there are a lot of problems. There are a lot of problems from how they live in Brunei or in Malaysia, and then their families, and about the facilities they should get from their office, for example, and then the social security, and then etc. etc. The wage, they got a lot of problems. So this is the vulnerable groups in Indonesia. Workers with disabilities. It is very good that Indonesia, since probably 1997, and then we have law already about people with disabilities, and then it is amended, it is abolished by law in 2016. We have that law, but in the reality, there are still some companies, they're not open enough for people with disabilities. So that's the problem. Child laborers, we still find a lot of child laborers, especially in agriculture. My students have the thesis about child laborers. They work in a palm oil. Sorry, what is it? Palm, yeah. They have to work from 8 to almost 6 o'clock in daily basis. So that's terrible. And we have also found actually this girl has the potential of becoming a singer, but the next one is a kind of exploitation because almost every day she has to sing. She's only about 10 years old. She has to sing from one place to another place. And not only in the night, sometimes she has to ask the permission to the school to perform singing from one place to another place. That's the child laborers. The next one. It's about income inequality or wage disparity. We can measure here from the labor Gini coefficient, which shows that if it is 0, then it is equal. We can that it is equally distributed. But if it is 1, then it is not equal. But probably in Indonesia we are around 0.4, 0.3, 0.4. Which means we still need to improve about the labor Gini coefficient. The next one. Yeah, because we are from Faculty of Law, of course we need to talk about the legal perspective. But again, I will give the stress on the empirical data, but I'll give the brief explanation about this one, but about the labor law. We have the labor law and its derivatives, as I've mentioned before, but sometimes it is hampered by the business interests. Let me give the example. In Surabaya, the minimum wage is 4.9, but the people coming from, for example, Pacitan, he applied for the job, and then the employer told that I can give you only 2 million rupiah. Will you able to receive this one or not? It's kind of take it or leave it contract. If there is no place for negotiation, that's the problem. So if you are willing to accept it, then just go ahead. But if not, then bye-bye. Why the employer do so is because there are a lot of options in Indonesia. Remember, the workforce in Indonesia is around 150 million people. 150 million people compared to the companies in Indonesia, which is registered around 4 million. So there are imbalance about the employer and employees in Indonesia. That's the problem. The next one is the supervision. Yeah, this is also a classic problem. Their lack of persons, their lack of budget. That's why the supervision, you can imagine the labor offices in province of East Java, they have to supervise 38 regions in East Java. And if I'm not mistaken, there's around 25 or to 30 supervisors in labor office of East Java province. The next one is trade union. Yes, we have law number 21, 2000, year 2000. It's about trade union, which means the government gives the great chance for the trade union to express their idea freely, without any doubt that it's being kicked out from the company. But still, on the field, we find that those who are active, those who are vocal, those who wants to express their idea, the company will give the warning to them. Hey, no. If you do that, then I'll kick you out. So that's the problem. Next one. This one is about the SDGs that I have just talked about. The SDGs one is poverty reduction. Fair and decent wages are the most effective means to lifting workers and their families out of poverty. So it has to be fair. It has to be based on the decent life necessities on each part of Indonesia. We cannot say that someone earn 2 million rupiah and then it is enough in Surabaya. Probably it's enough in Ngawi, but not enough in Surabaya. The next one is gender equality. Yeah, in general, we are in a good condition, as I mentioned before, but there are still some part in Indonesia that doesn't obey this rule. And then reduce inequalities, this is at these 10, equal rights and wages directly to mitigate national income inequality. The next one, I'd like to make it faster. This is my recommendation. Number one is strengthening wage regulation. So we have minimum wage on each regions and each provinces. But in my opinion, that's not enough. We need to add some more, which is productivity and performance-based remuneration system. They are transparent and non-discriminatory. This is by far is based on the policy for each company, not regulated by the government. So it could be different from one company to another company. In my opinion, we should put it into a regulation also. Number two, it's a rigorous supervision and law enforcement. This is classic, but I have to say again and again and again. Supervision has to be way better than before. What does it mean? It means we need to give a budget about the supervision. We need to add some more people as the supervisors. And the next one is a protection for informal sector workers. Me and my team are now working on a research about the informal workers, including gig workers. So this is the thing that we need to give the suggestion to the government to regulate this one. Because there's a lot of informal workers in Indonesia and it got not fair of what they have done. And the last one is fostering social dialogue. We have trade union, but sometimes because it's not effective, the trade unions are sometimes afraid of the company, then the communication, which should be two-way communication doesn't occur. So it's only the instruction from the company and then the trade union should follow because they are part of the workers in that company. I think that's all, my presentation. Thank you so much, and I'll give it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Give applause for Mr. Arvinto. Thank you, Mr. Nugroho, for reminding us that sustainable communities must first be equitable communities. especially concerning labor rights and income parity. Before we continue to next sessions, virtually presentations by the speaker in the Zoom, a quick note on logistic. Each speaker will have approximately 10 until 15 minutes for their presentations. Following the presentations, we will dedicate the final 15 until 20 minutes to robust and engaging question and answer. So I encourage you to save your question until all 5 speakers have shared their insights so we can facilitate the broader discussions. And then next to the third speakers here, we have Professor Andri Gunawan Wibisana. Are you there, Professor? Could you hear me?
Yes.
Operator,
Can you
could
hear me?
you convert? Hello, Professor?
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I can hear you clearly, but it's still not significant here.
Wait.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you, Professor. Times is yours for the presentations by the Professor Andri Gunawan Wibisana, SH LLM PhD. For the Professor, times is yours.
Thank you very much, everyone, colleagues. Let me share my presentation. I prefer to share it by myself. Is it visible or not?
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. Processing, right?
The presentation, is it possible? Is it visible or not?
For the Zoom, it is visible, but in here it's still processing, Professor. Just go ahead to present.
Okay, so
It's visible.
my presentation is about environmental advocacy in Indonesia, and I focus on the role of non-state actors. What I mean by non-state actors are also include NGOs, non-government organizations, local communities, indigenous groups, private companies, media, and international organizations as well. So this group play an increasingly crucial role in addressing our complex environmental problems and challenges. Of course, we have a lot of the problems, environmental problems, including, for example, deforestation, wildfires that continue from year to year. So also pollution, conventional problems that we have, the environmental degradation due to exploitation of natural resources, including mining, and a lot of conflicts over land and resource rights, especially between the state apparatus and the community or the companies against the communities. And also, of course, in addition to these local problems, we have also increased global environmental problems such as climate change. So, facing these challenges and problems, I believe that government action alone has proven many times insufficient to manage these problems, and this situation proves that the involvement of non-state actors become crucial and indispensable. So non-state actors, for example, can contribute in several key areas, including policy advocacy, for example, and it has been occurred in Indonesia, for example, the law or environmental law of 1997, 2009, both are heavily influenced by inputs from universities, academics, and then especially from environmental NGOs. Especially, I should mention the name of Indonesian Center for Environmental Law for their important roles in shaping this our environmental law. And of course, there are a lot of also cases brought by environmental NGO and victims. I will come back to that issue later. So my presentation will focus more on the roles of NGOs and also the communities and academics to in shaping our environmental protection and law. Let us first begin with the constitutional basis for the involvement of non-state actors in environmental advocacy. We have constitution amended our constitution that provide strong human rights foundation for such participation. For example, we can see Article 28A about right to life, and then other rights that cannot be limited under any circumstances. Right to access to information and protection of family, honor, dignity, property, and more importantly, Article 28H, paragraph 1, about the recognition of the rights to a healthy and good environment. So, another important basis that can be referred to is the law number 39 of 1999 on human rights. As we can see that here, the right to a clean environment in Indonesia is included as part of Article 9 about the right to life. So it is important because according, as I mentioned before, in our constitution, the right to life is the right that cannot be limited under any circumstances. Several provisions under our environmental law of 2009 also worth mentioning. For example, we began with the elucidation of the law, recognizing the right to a good and healthy environment. And then also Article 2 about the principle, especially state responsibility, which according to the principle, the state has the responsibility to ensure that the right to a good and healthy environment protected, and the state also has the obligation to prevent the use of natural resources that will result in pollution or environmental damage. So this framework underscores the shared duty of both state and non-state actors in safeguarding Indonesia's environment as vital support for life. We also have several, in Article 65 of the law, we also have several rights for everyone to participate in environmental management and protection in Indonesia. One of the most important provision is Article 66 about anti-SLAPP provision. SLAPP stands for strategic lawsuits or litigation against public participation. The article states that everybody fighting for the right to a good and healthy environment may not be prosecuted under criminal law or sued under civil law. And this provision was strengthened by recent constitutional court decisions that extend the protection not only for victims or those who use legal channels, but also to everyone that fight for their rights in relation to the right to a clean, right to an environment. That is also Attorney General Guidance number 8 of 2022 and Supreme Court Regulation number 1 of 2023 that provides procedures, guidance on public prosecutors to prevent criminal charges for being used for discouraging participation of the public, and also the use of courts to again discourage the public participation of public participation in environmental decision making process or protection. So these two guidance are important because it provides guidance for both public prosecutors and the court on how to deal with the slave cases. To conclude, we have clear and strong foundation for environmental advocacy, okay, both in constitution and in several laws. The law explicitly protects those who defend rights, ensuring that they cannot be subjected to criminal prosecution or civil lawsuits. And also, there's also recognition that the rights is part of human rights. And these provisions affirm both the importance of environmental protection and the legitimacy of non-state actors in promoting
Good enough, Professor? Hello? Professor Wibisana? Is it the end of the presentation? Oh, the connections, okay. We're waiting for Prof. Wibisana because in a trouble in connection. But it is in the slide, the end of the slide, the conclusion slide. So it's between go ahead or we will be waiting. It will be confusing for us. Yeah. So it's still connecting, operator, for Prof. Wibisana? Okay, no. Because the time as a reasoning for this break and we have to continue the next presentations, I will say thank you so much for Professor Wibisana for the insightful discussions on how law enables grassroots movement in environmental advocacy. We appreciate your his perspective on protections environmental rights. We continue to the four speakers. Here, the fourth speaker, we turn to the vital area of disaster resilience. We are honored to have Dr. Madeline D. Tinko, the campus executive director at Pangasinan State University, Philippines. Dr. Madeline, could you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much. Your smile is really beautiful here, and it means that
Thank you.
we're ready to continue and listen your presentations. Times is your.
Thank you so much, Prof. So let me just share my screen.
Okay.
So is my presentation visible?
Yeah, it's visible here.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Once again, good morning, everyone. So my presentation, which is about intelligent systems for community resilience, will try to introduce what intelligent systems are, and we will try to explore how they are being applied around the world to enhance community resilience. And we will also include real case studies in Japan, in the US, in our country, and in other countries, how they apply these intelligent systems. And aside from that, we will assess the benefits, the risks, and so as for us to what are the future directions of these intelligent systems as we adopt these technologies. So Next slide is, before I begin my presentation, let us begin by asking ourselves, what if communities possess the capability to anticipate disasters in advance and enhance their resilience before impacts could actually occur? So most of you might answer that, of course, there will be a minimal loss or damage to our communities, or what else? Faster recovery. There is a paradigm shift from being reactive to being proactive, and the traditional mindset where we are responding to what has happened versus what should we do, that is to prevent the worst from happening. So to further elaborate on that answer, let us first define what community resilience is. So community resilience basically is about the ability of the community to that of course includes the rural people, the households, and systems to mitigate, adapt to, and recover from shocks and stresses. So basically, all stages of disaster management. So it's about perspective in systems and organizations to address unforeseen and unexpected events. So it's about how the communities actually able to absorb these disturbances and retain the critical activities. So the ability should be sustainable, and they are able to really utilize these resources to withstand disasters. Next concept is, what are intelligent systems? So intelligent systems are basically advanced machines that perceive and respond to the world around them. So this includes facial recognition, automated vacuum cleaners, what else? Personalized shopping suggestions in our mobile apps. And intelligent system is also about being able to gather, interpret, and reason about data using a variety of computational model. So basically, it's about mimicking the cognitive functions of human beings, such as learning from experience, understanding complex concepts, and solving problems, and making informed decisions. So what are examples of intelligent systems? So we have the Internet of Things. We have, for instance, the network of sensors and actuators that collect environmental and infrastructural data. We could also make use of artificial intelligence or machine learning, where algorithms are able to detect patterns in historical and real-time data to forecast events such as flood risk and classify needs of vulnerable households. And we are able to optimize decisions by targeting our resource allocation. Intelligent systems also include big data and predictive analytics. So it's about the use of satellite, sensor, social media, and administrative records. And the insights gained from these sources of data are used in order to make data-based, evidence-based decisions. We also have geographic information systems and digital twins, which uses spatial modeling and high-fidelity simulations to test interventions. We have heard as well of cloud and edge computing to store or process data centrally in a cloud system. So let us have specific examples of intelligent systems for community resilience. So we have here social media analytics, which I believe have been widely used by countries around the world. It analyzes multiple types of content, including text, hashtags, shares, the videos, the photographs, and comments that are left by users to comprehend trends and newly occurring problems. So we have AI, which, as we have said, is about replicating human cognitive abilities. And we have AI-enhanced crowdsourcing, wherein we are able to leverage massive amounts of content generated by individuals, including reports, photographs, social media updates, and the ability to analyze it. Because, of course, we as human beings could not do that. No? But with the use of AI, we are able to analyze big data. So what are practical applications of intelligent systems? So the use of AI can analyze high volumes of social media to locate emergencies. So through machine learning, natural language processing, so that we have a response to these disasters faster, more efficient, more targeted. And another practical application is during search and rescue operations. So we have unmanned or autonomous vehicles ranging from drones, autonomous boats, and land vehicles to underwater robots. And they are able to improve our awareness of the situation and perform tasks that are seemingly dangerous for human beings. So the use of these AI and autonomous vehicles enable us to guide us actually for the quick deployment of resources. So in other words, if we have an autonomous agent, let me just show you with the next slide. So these are examples of AI assisted or autonomous vehicles. We have sea drones, robot ships, robot planes, and autonomous vehicles. Through the use of these autonomous agents, we have a new degree of situational awareness, as well as I've mentioned, we are able to enter into dangerous situations without risking the loss of additional human lives. They can actually focus already on areas where victims are more likely to be found rather than searching randomly. So the system can automatically adjust the position of drones based on updated information. So another is a community engagement platforms where citizens are able to share ground level information, report incidents, access updates. And with this, the citizens are not only recipient of information, but they are active contributors of information during disasters. Another practical application of intelligence systems, we have the automated early warning systems. For instance, in Japan and perhaps in other countries. But I'll just give us an example. In Japan, we have the Japan's earthquake early warning system, which is powered by seismic sensors, AI algorithms, and nationwide communication networks. And they are able to send alerts to their citizens before a strong shaking arrives. And also, they are able to automatically stop high-speed trains to prevent derailments and others. In Bangladesh, I came across this picture article wherein the communities or the locals are consulted as to where the sensors, the water level sensors, are going to be placed. So because this sensors, of course, know better. So it's also about community involvement when it comes to the use of intelligence systems. Next is in the area of planning and recovery planning. So AI tools such as computer vision and machine learning can help detect damage structures and classify severity of damage. Also, another practical application, which is important, is the targeted resource allocation. So this means that the government or the authorities can pre-position their emergency supplies in locations that will be most likely hit by flood or by typhoon. They could easily deploy rescue teams before conditions worsen, or allocate vehicles such as ambulances where they will be needed the most. So thereby, we are able to prioritize response efforts and enhance efficiency. So in Japan, they have this cloud-based technology known as the Specti Pro. So it analyzes social media posts, weather and traffic data. And so with the use of this, they're able to convey accurate real-time insights into what is happening in disaster situations. And let me just emphasize on our project NOAA in the Philippines, which is NOAA means Nationwide Operational Assessment of Hazards. It was actually established or launched in 2012 by the Department of Science and Technology. And it uses hazard mapping, rainfall data, and advanced sensors to provide real-time localized flood and landslide forecasts. So through this data, the communities are able to evacuate earlier and become better prepared. So we have this mobile application known as ARCO, which provides information on flood maps, landslide risk, storm surge. There's also a web platform known as the Web Safe, where LGUs, communities, and even individuals would assess the possible impact of disasters. But Okay, also we have this US. In US, we have Community Resilience Information System, or which also integrates. So it also engages a community of how do you call that? Stakeholders, research institutions, community networks to enhance community-based planning. So that's why it's Community Resilience Information System. So it promotes also community resilience. Again, in US, they have these tools, as mentioned there, which are used in identifying flood risks to individual neighborhoods. They are used to track wildfire boundaries and burn severity and risks whenever there are winter storms and waves. Also, another case study, we have the use of AI for Earth, or the Google Earth engine. So it provides advanced computing power, machine learning models, satellite data for biodiversity monitoring, water resource modeling, climate adaptation. So we have the use of simulations and climate prediction models. And this one is also, it addresses SDG 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. We have city digital twins and smart city pilots. So it's about being able to test scenarios for resilience investments. So like the use of twins in order to determine the impact of drainage systems and transport networks. And of course, we have the telemedicine during the COVID-19 pandemic, where we had the opportunity to access doctors remotely. Mental health services are available online in order to address anxiety or stress during the pandemic. So, well, with this, of course, we have seen that the benefits of using information or intelligence system is that we are able to have early warning and targeted preparedness consistently. So it therefore reduces the loss of lives and as well as economic impact. So our approach becomes more proactive rather than reactive. And of course, we have better health outcomes, which we have already mentioned a while back. But the risks, of course, include digital divide, for instance, for communities which have unequal access to connectivity and devices. So this leaves us with an issue of leaving the most vulnerable excluded, the gaps in the data, the model accuracy issues, privacy violations, or maybe there are biases in the historical data that might disadvantage marginalized groups, or we might be overconfident in models. And also, this is important, the need for sustained funding, because what happened in Project NOAA was that the DOST ended its funding in January 2017. So that's why the University of the Philippines adapted the UP NOAA and continued it as a flagship program under the UP Resilience Institute. So that's why it's really critical for intelligence systems to have sustained funding. And another important thing is for intelligence systems to have policy and legal frameworks. So there must be data governance laws and open data policies to ensure privacy and so on. So what then are the ways forward? As I've mentioned, there must be policy frameworks so that there is ethical use of data, data privacy of the citizens. There might be misuse of personal information, safeguard citizens from cyber attacks or misinformation, or there might be system failures. And there is a need to capacitate the disaster response teams, especially on data analysis, AI interpretation, and risk mapping. Let us of course take note that technology should complement human judgment. So it's about joint human and intelligence system collaboration. So technology should not replace, of course, human judgment. And another, which is the last, community training programs should encourage responsible participation of the citizens, of course. So the people should exercise responsible reporting by providing accurate, verifiable information about hazards and needs. Because I believe that when communities are trained and engaged, intelligence systems become more accurate, responsive, and trustworthy for a stronger foundation of resilience. So what then is our answer to the question which I posed a while back? What if communities could anticipate disasters ahead of time? So the answer is lives are saved and then losses are minimized. And then we transform from becoming vulnerable to becoming resilient. So these are my references. And with that, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for your presentations, Dr. Madeline. It energized me to walk on the stage because your presentation is really amazing. And we continue to the last speakers. Listen to the presentations by Dr. Madeline about the Noah project. It reminds me about one jokes here, you know. There's a song by the Noah about the materials building store. You know that? Toko Jaya Abadi. It's one of the songs. Okay. Okay. We go to the next presentation by the speakers. Finally, we welcome Professor Joseph Navarro to conclude our presentations with his work on nature-based solutions. Professor Navarro, could you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Before I start my presentation, allow me to greet you in Bahasa. I hope that this is correct. So,
Got it. Okay.
nama saya Joseph Ginto Navarro. Saya berasal dari Filipina Republic. Senang bertamu dengan kalian. So that's the thing that I learned during an ITS conference last year.
Salamat po, salamat po.
All right,
Okay.
so let me share my presentation so that we can move on. Please let me know if my slide is now visible to everyone.
It is visible.
All right, thank you. So again, thank you so much for the invitation. So the title of my presentation is Nature's Blueprint, Nature-Based Solution in a Government Policy. So for this presentation, allow me to first discuss it in a governance framework, and then later on, I'll give some case studies around the world. So for this presentation, we will know about the integrated approach in terms of nature-based solution. Second, we'll also know the key characteristics of this nature-based solution in government policy. Third is to have case studies, for example, case studies in Netherlands, in China, and even in the Philippines. And then I also would like to discuss a governance perspective in the Philippines, posited by Dr. Edna Ko of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, when she talks about nature-based framework or natural region framework. And then, of course, the key policy mechanism. So first things first, let me discuss what are the nature-based solutions. So nature-based solution by definition are actions and even decisions to protect, conserve, and sustainably manage and restore our natural or modified ecosystem. They are technically done to address societal issues and challenges effectively, simultaneously in consideration with human well-being, and of course biodiversity benefits. What are the key characteristics of this nature-based solution? Number one, of course, we utilize ecosystem services for sustainable solution for our wicked problems, especially in the environment. Second, of course, address major societal challenges. For example, we have climate change, food and water safety and security, disaster risk and management. And then third is, of course, provide a multiple co-benefits, which includes, of course, the aspect of environment, social, economic, and even political at that, because this is part of course, of governance framework. And then, of course, the question is, why do we need to integrate, or why do we need to have an integrated approach? The first thing is that we need this because we need to have a policy alignment and coherence. It helps break silos in governance, thus providing an integrated approach or mechanism for both rural and, of course, urban planning, agriculture, even health and finance and environmental policy. The second reason why do we need to integrate is that we need to have a community engagement. And when we talk about community engagement, again, we talk about our relationship or building or creating a relationship with local communities, both public and private sectors, from planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of these nature-based solution programs or projects. Why? Why integrate a nature-based solution in policy? Again, let me give you some reasons, in a governance perspective. Of course, for climate resilience, we all knew that these natural systems like wetlands or forests are technically our first line of defense against storm, floods, and even droughts. Second, biodiversity and well-being. Restoring this ecosystem would allow us to enhance biodiversity, improve the quality of air and water, and provides green spaces for the public health and, of course, wellness. We also have cost-efficient, of course, more affordable and durable than the green infrastructure, which is technically concrete infrastructure. And then lastly, economic opportunity or economic benefits that creates green job in restoration, sustainable agriculture, and lastly, ecotourism. Now, let's take a look at some case study. The first case study that I would like to share to all of you is the Room for the River case study, located in the Netherlands. So the challenge here is the increasing flood risks from Rhine River due to climate change, and a policy that they adopted that instead of building higher dikes or green infrastructure, their government adopted an integrated policy to give the river more space. So the action is moving dikes inland, creating and restoring floodplains, and of course developing natural water retention areas. So as you can see in this photo, so the government, the Dutch government, creates dikes inland, and then of course as a monumental water management program in the 21st century. Of course, they experience also some reluctancy from the people. But definitely, if you have the willpower to govern and willpower to do this, then definitely you have to explain. That's why it's important to build relationship in the community. The second case study that I would like to present or share with you, to all of you, is the sponge cities, location in China, specifically, for example, in Nanchang, China. The challenge is severe urban flooding and, of course, water scarcity due to urbanization and, of course, changing weather patterns or climate change. The policy for this one is the additional or national mandate to integrate nature-based solution into urban planning to retain and purify storm water. The action of the government in this scenario or in this case study is a widespread use of what they call green roofs, permeable pavements, and of course rain gardens and urban wetlands to absorb, store, and clean rainwater. So for the Philippines, that's why I said a while ago that I would like to introduce this one, the natural region-based framework. So in the Philippines, we have this framework, again, as posited by or championed by one of our professor at the University of the Philippines, Dr. Edna Ko, when she mentioned about the integration between the natural resources, or what she called as resource endowment from our environment, and then of course the aspect for human beings, like for example we have the socio-economic, cultural, even legal, administrative, and political perspective are variables. The core theme here is to manage or at least promote the four important elements in terms of governance, not only about the material resources but also the human resources. And these four are technically acronym as TAPE, so transparency, accountability, participation, and equity. So for this natural region-based framework, the guiding principles also includes the following. So you have inclusiveness, participation, sustainability, solidarity between and among territories, because like Indonesia, for example, the Philippines is an archipelagic country, so which means our government, although we have, of course, national government, regional or provincial government differs no in terms of their programs and projects and policy. That's why for this proposal, the natural region framework, because disaster does not choose things no or place to for example no to struck. So it's we need to have this integrated approach for accountability, self-rule, and self-rule, and of course a shared rule no, for everyone. And then the guiding principle for this one, of course, we need to establish a hub and amalgamation of territories with respect of the natural region, or what we call resource endowment. So in this concept, or in this framework, the creation of subnational government or special purpose authority is a must. So the end goal for this one is to poverty reduction and even territorial development and empowered local players. Because as what Mark Moore said, no, in its public value theory, it is important for all of us, no, in terms of managing our resources, to really look for or create and sustain or even build what they call public value. And the public value is generated no, to shared resources and shared vision no, of the communities. No? So that's why we want to propose this, or at least no, take a look at this framework that is applicable for not only in the Philippines but also for other countries as well. And then the next part of the presentation is to give you the challenges in terms of integration. Of course, we have the policy and institutional challenges, lack of coordination between government agencies, especially these are rampant, especially when disaster struck, because in my homeland, the Philippines, we are one of the most, if not the most vulnerable, one of the most vulnerable areas in the world, because we are strategically or geographically located rather in the two most vulnerable areas of the world, which is of course we are part of the typhoon belt because of the Pacific, and we also been part of what they call Pacific Ring of Fire for that matter. So existing regulation that favors traditional gray infrastructure is also a hindrance, and of course short-term political cycles, which is technically based on the personality of individual who govern no, the certain territories for a certain period of time, and of course versus the long-term ecological timelines. And of course, we also have these challenges to integration, the economic and what they call knowledge base or co-creation. So difficulty in monetizing the co-benefits, the perception of a high upfront costs, and lack of profitable projects for nature-based solution. And of course, this is one of the most important thing to look at is the gaps between or in the local data, technical standard, of course, specialized skills with the people who wants to work or working on integration. So what are the policy mechanism for integration? So other speakers also mentioned this one, but just to reiterate, we have four mechanisms. The first one is, of course, multi-sectoral engagements. Second is public investment and finance, because if we want change, we have to institutionalize it so that even if the administration, for example, change when the programs and projects are institutionalized, it should be continued. And then regulatory frameworks and systems, which are really sometimes or most of the times bureaucratic in nature. So we have to look at that. And then, of course, capacity building and research for contextualization of different territories in terms of acknowledging, of course, the nature itself or the environment, plus, of course, the capacity of the government and capacity of its people to respond to these wicked problems that we have, like climate change. So before I end the presentation, let me again give the basic premise in terms of managing resources. No, so if you want to have a what we call sustainable future. So we need to reflect on how we use nature and how we conserve nature to be able to respond to these challenges now brought upon by a combination of human-induced programs or human-induced activities, and of course, the changing climate that we have. So with that, these are my references, and thank you so much, Terima kasih.
Terima kasih sangat for Professor Navarro. Thank you, Professor. That discussions on integrating nature-based solution into governmental policy offers a vital, practical pathway for ecological governance. What a fitting way to round out our presentations. So, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for those compelling and diverse presentations. We now transition to the most interactive part of our session. That is the question and answer segment. We have approximately 25 minutes, right? 25 minutes for discussions. I will take questions from the floor here in Surabaya, as well as from our virtual participants via Zoom, the chat box. So I will count to 3. Someone who the fastest one. Okay, 20 minutes for Q&A. The fastest one, I'll count to 3. So raise your hand. The fastest one, I will choose to get the opportunity. 1, 1, and 2, 1. Wait, one, please. Wait, one. It means the session is really interactive, Professor. So, 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 participants, Professor, that would like to ask to you, Professor. Prepare yourself.
No, I bet the questions are
Okay, the first one is Mr. Zeri. He is an international law lecturer from Faculty of Law. The second one, raise your hand, please. Raise your hand. The second one is Bu Nabila. She is an environmental law lecturer from Faculty of Law. And the last one is, can you discuss from both of us? Who's the first? Who's the choice one? Yeah, the representative from all of you. Which one? Just discuss of it. Oh, for which speaker? Okay, a lot of questions are here. Maybe for the Mr. Arinto. Okay, that's the opportunity for you. Okay, 3 questions, 3 participants. The first one is Mr. Akmal. For the second term, wait for the second term. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. The first session, the first time, please, Mr. Okay, time is yours. Just
Thank
1
you.
minute for the question.
No. I have a long story to tell here.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity. Goedemiddag.
Goedemiddag.
Yeah, Dr. Hart, because we already met yesterday. My name is Zeri. So, in this limited time, I would like to focus on a little piece of your presentation, just only a little piece. But of course, you know me, I would like to begin my question with an anecdote. During the Cold War, there was at least a wall separating Germany, the West Germany and the East Germany. 2 best friends were separated because of that. Knowing that their letters would be checked at the border by the police, they created a hidden message. If the letter was written in blue ink, the information was true. If the letter is written in red ink, the information was false. Okay, 1 month passed and the first letter arrived from the Eastern Germany to the West Germany. It was written entirely in blue ink. It said, everything is great here, food is available, entertainment is available. What is not available is red ink. Please laugh. Yes, please. Okay.
Okay. Again, he didn't got your point. I'm sorry.
What does it mean? It means that we lack the very language to articulate our unfreedom. To put it in the context of today's development, we are provided with many kinds of the so-called freedom, like many social media, many apps that we can explore with. But behind every click, our data is being collected and monitored. The question is, how important is the right to be forgotten, as stipulated in Article 17 in the General Data Protection Regulation. To put it in bahasa adalah hak untuk dilupakan dari internet. Data kita dihapus dari internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jerry. 1 for Dr. Sasha, 0 for Mr. Arinto here. The second question for Miss Nabila. Mrs. Nabila, yeah.
Okay, my question is for Professor Andri. I'm sorry, Professor Andri, could you hear my voice? But I will copy paste my question to Zoom.
Professor Andri, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor Andri. So, Professor Andri, my name is Nabila DP, and my question is on job creation law and or its implementing government regulation, if I'm not mistaken, for making AMDAL is only for public hearing for people who are affected. And they are allowed to assisted by NGO who already been with them for a certain time. So my question is how this regulation can affect the global environmental scope, since there are very limitation to people who can criticize the corporate AMDAL. This is very important, I think, for corporate aspect on environmental scope. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much. It is about the administrative law. Give applause for the second questioner. And the last questioner, we go to Miss, what's her name? Okay, Mike, please. State your name, your father's name, and your affiliations, and your question, please.
Okay, thank you. So let me introduce myself. My name is Adaningar Kiana, and I would like to ask my question to Mr. Arinto.
Got it.
So, you mentioned that wage disparity constrains purchasing power. If most workers are stuck in low wage jobs, would you say this is the main reason Indonesia struggles to exit the middle income trap? Also, do you think the yearly minimum wage adjustment are actually sufficient to lower these income inequalities? Thank you.
Thank you. You got the point, Mr. Arinto. Okay, thank you for all the questions. Please, maybe from you, Dr. Sasha, to answer the anecdote one. Time is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the wonderful anecdote. I'll be sure to reuse this in one of my next lectures.
Good.
If I have your permission. About the right to be forgotten, yes, this is a very important and increasingly important right. I was mentioning the GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, and I think that the right to be forgotten can be linked to this, because the right to be forgotten is one aspect of the right to ownership of our personalized data as it is being collected, used, shared on the internet. Personal data is a commodity, and this commodity, and I think too few people understand this so far, it has owners, and the owners are the individuals whose data it is, in primary instance. So far, I think too few individuals in the world understand that they are owners of a commodity, and that they should not, or at least have the possibility to choose, not to give away this commodity for free. And I think the commodification of personalized data is obviously a great opportunity for large internet corporations to make money out of, but it is also a very big entryway into all kinds of manipulations, all kinds of forms of abuse. starting from, so this is my own proper domain, populism, political communication, micro-targeting, and what have you, but on to more sinister things like identity theft. And the right to be forgotten is increasingly important because as we leave traces on the internet, we sort of leave parts of our personality dispersed behind. And it could be that this becomes an inconvenience because we have done things in the past that we do not necessarily need future employers, future spouses, future whoever, or commercial users of personalized data to know. And there is, yes, it is an actual right to keep ownership of this and not to have it given away once and retained, especially since the rights landscape is also evolving and the regulatory landscape is also evolving. So also data that has been floating around on the internet about me, before regulatory efforts were made, I should be able to have forgotten. And also, to answer in an anecdotal style as well. So whenever I work in Indonesia, I make it a game for myself to wait and see when I come to give a lecture somewhere to see what photo of myself is put up on some sort of flyer, because only very, very rarely do I get to choose myself which photo is there. So this is not only for commercial actors, right? So this is happening, and in Indonesia is one of the countries where I think people are way too generous with their personal information on the internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Sasha, for your explanation. And I hope that Mr. Zeri give the permission to use the anecdote in the class, maybe in the Maastricht University. The next questioner from Bu Nabila to Prof. Andri. Prof. Andri, it is about AMDAL, Basicing, administrative law. Could you give your opinion and respond or feedback about the question, Prof. Andri?
Yes, sure.
I'm sorry, but your voice is not clear here. Could you help us to maybe less your volume, or maybe too close to the camera or too close to the laptop device? Prof. Andri?
Now?
Hello?
Hello?
Okay, yeah.
Is it clear enough, or I don't know how, because I think the connection is
Yeah, it clear, it little bit clearer.
Okay. 2 months ago, I gave my testimony in the Constitutional Court. So currently there is a petition brought by WALHI, the Indonesian environmental NGO, to the Constitutional Court, asking some provisions from the omnibus law related, especially to the environmental law, to be excluded or annulled. And in that event, I clearly stated that it's better for the court to decide that environmental provisions or environmental law is excluded from the omnibus law. So we return to the previous one. Why? Because I see many regression. So there is a lot of regression. Regression meaning that instead of going forward, we move backward to situation around 90s or even 80s. And some of the provision that clearly saw regression is related to AMDA and the public participation in the decision-making process, including environmental impact assessment. So yes, to answer the question, yes, there's a problem in provisions related to public participation in environmental decision-making process in general, and especially during the process of environmental impact assessment. And the problem is, and I think, so unfortunately, I cannot show you my presentation before because of the connection. But in my presentation, I show very clearly that a lot of challenges and a lot of threats to our rights, especially currently exist, where more and more laws are enacted to protect not the public interest, but the interest of politicians and oligarchs alike. So more and more limited spaces available for us to defend our rights, including environmental rights. So I think I should raise this concern. And unfortunately, with regard to environmental advocacy, even scholars and academics are not, it seems that many of us are not really into the environmental advocacy. So, for example, large number of fellow legal scholars and academics are more interested in providing assistance to large corporations, including giving testimonies for them, rather than assisting lawsuits brought by environmental NGO or the victims of environmental pollution. And I think this is a serious problem. So so I think, yeah, it depends on us, especially as scholars and academics. So and more students as well. I hope in the next future will be interested in doing research regarding the environmental protection.
Thank you, Prof. Wibisana, for your explanations. Do you have any feedback, Bu Nabila? Where's Bu Nabila? Bu Nabila? Okay, it's enough. Okay, thank you so much. And we are going to the last question for this session. Wait a moment, please. From Ingati to Pak Arinto, from Nugroho to Nugroho, please.
Yeah, I should finish this. I should answer this question at home actually. But yeah, let me answer your question. So it's a good question. Let me tell you something that the real problem is that this is a typical of developing countries in which the workforce against the employer, the distance is too high. I mean, there is imbalance between the employer, the company, and the workforce. Those who want to work, including those who are working already, it's way bigger than the company. So by seeing this fact, we can see that if there is an economic law that if the demand is high, then the price will be higher. But if the demand or the supply is high, then the price or the price will be lower. So you can imagine that there are a lot of people, there are a lot of options from the companies to choose the employees. For example, there are 10 or even 30 or 40 people applying for the jobs. The company will select only one or two. It's very easy for them to choose. Okay, what do you want? I want 5 million rupiah. No. What do you want? How much money will you pay me, sir? I can just give you 2 millions. What do you think? No. If you don't agree, then just leave. There is no room for negotiation. Why? Because there are a lot of people lining up behind this guy. So we'll be trapped in the middle income is because, the wage will be around that one. There are too many options for the company to choose among the 150 million people in Indonesia. Yeah, we have 280, but the workforce is around 150, which means they who are ready for work to work. What is the solution? The solution is make it balanced. Actually, our government has made that policy. Job creation law, if we look at the positive side, that's one of the instruments to create more jobs. Why? It is the government hope that the investors who will provide the big investment coming to Indonesia easier. By doing so, then there will be a lot of jobs in Indonesia. So if so we should make it balanced. If not balanced equally, then at least need to reduce the distance between the workforce, the number of people who want to apply for the job, and the company who are operating in Indonesia. So by doing so, then, well, the demand and supply will be about equal. So that's the solution. Hope that answers the questions.
Thank you so much, Pak Arinto, for the answer. Give applause for the presenters. And the good news is I got a permissions from the committee to add one slot question, last question, right? Just one. Wait a moment, please. Wait a moment, please. I'll count 2, 3. Yeah, from the side, right? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'll give. Can I choose 2? Okay, the last one. State your name and your affiliation, your state.
Hello,
Okay.
good morning. Good afternoon, sorry.
Good afternoon.
My name is Usman from Pakistan.
What's your name, sorry?
Usman.
Usman.
Yeah. I'm doing my bachelor as a data science.
Where are you from, Usman?
From Pakistan.
Pakistan, okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's not working, I think. I'm doing my bachelor in data science in the UPN, Veteran Java Timur. And my question is to Dr. Hart and Dr. Madeline. How can developing countries implement AI in the way of environmental constitutionalism? Yeah.
Okay, you got the point, Professor? How can the AI is implement in the constitutions, you mean, or what?
I mean, how can developing countries implement AI in the way of environmental constitutionalism?
About the environmental constitution, Pro, in developing country, how it is implemented in the constitutions.
Should I start
Yeah, of
answering?
course.
Because the question is not only to me, right? Well, I'm personally I'm not a data scientist, so the technical side you will be much better equipped to answer yourselves. From the legal side, I believe that it can be done, and actually, I think artificial intelligence solutions offer quite a degree of benefit, especially also to developing countries, because if you compare with other forms of tools that require infrastructure which might not exist in developing countries, which require experience, know-how, which might not necessarily be present in developing countries or not developed to a degree. Technical tools which can bridge these things or which can import existing knowledge from elsewhere and bring them into the context of developing countries can be very beneficial, and also the cost efficiency of these tools can be very attractive to developing countries. There is, however, always a danger, because developing countries often also come with weaker rule of law guarantees, weaker possibilities to respond in case of legal trouble coming with these things. These can be data breaches, these can be violations of, as we just discussed, violations of data protection rights. Also, there's a much greater lack of awareness when it comes to which rights there are. So vulnerability is generally greater. Vulnerability for all kinds of abuse in all the various stages of application. Therefore, I would caution, especially in developing countries, that the legal safeguards need to be taken all the more seriously than elsewhere, where rule of law responses are already well established. So I think when implementing this, it is quite natural that developing countries jump at this, and this is also what we see happening, especially in those countries where technology usage and technology acceptance is already very, very high, like Indonesia and Pakistan as well. At the same time, we see that, for example, media literacy and things like that, media education, is comparatively low. And that is a dangerous mix because it makes for the possibility of abuse. Therefore, I would caution some sensitivity in that domain.
Thank you for your response. Dr. Madeline, are you still there? Dr.
Hello,
Madeline?
sir. Am I audible?
Okay, it's audible. The question ain't just for Dr. Sasha, but it addressed to for you. Could you give your perspective about the questions?
I don't think I was able to get the question clearly, sir. I'm actually using my cell phone data now. There is a problem with the Wi-Fi. What's the question again, sir?
The point is, what do you think about developing country to implement the constitutional in environmental protections? Do you think there are any ways or method that could be solved or tackled by the developing country about that issues, Dr. Martin?
Oh, yes, sir. I believe it's more on the use of governance laws, the data governance laws, and open data policies, especially during this time wherein there is misinformation of data, and another is reliability issues of data. So there is really a need to institutionalize policies by the government in order to address these risks or problems. Also, there is a need, as I pointed out in my in my presentation, there's a need for sustained funding so that the initiatives that are initially implemented by the government would be implemented in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Madeline, for your response. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have just concluded an extraordinary session. The insight shared today truly underscores the complexity and the interconnectedness of building a sustainable community. Key takeaways include the necessity of strong environmental advocacy from Prof. Wibisona to compel state accountability, the potential of intelligence system Dr. Hart and Dr. Tinko to revolutionize both public service, community resilience, constitutions algorithm, particularly against disaster, the foundational requirement of equity and non-disparities by Mr. Nugroho to ensure sustainability benefits all members of society, and the critical practical role of nature-based solution by Prof. Navarro as a policy mandate for ecological governments. On behalf of the Faculty of Law, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, State University of Surabaya, and the entire ICECOFFE 2025 committee, I wish to extend our deepest gratitude to our 5 brilliant speakers, Professor Andri Gunawan Wibisana, Dr. Sasha Hart, Mr. Arinto Nugroho, Dr. Madeline De Tinko, and Professor Joseph Navarro. Thank you for sharing your time, expertise, and patience with us today. Please join me in giving once again all of our speakers one final enthusiastic round of applause. Give applause for all the speakers. Thank you so much. I have a pantun in the last session. Sendiri ku tak bisa, berdua ku terluka. Cukup sekian dari saya. Mohon maaf apabila ada salah kata. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Give back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you to Mr. Hikam Humanullah for serving as the excellent moderator for the last session of today's conference. We will now continue with the presentation of certificates from Dr. Hananto Widodo, SHMH, as a Vice Dean II of Faculty of Law, to the speakers. We kindly request to all speakers from panel 2 to come down and proceed to the front of the stage. For the first formal documentation, to Dr. Sasha Hart.
Please give applause to Dr. Sasha Hart.
Next, formal documentation to Mr. Arinto Nugroho.
Give applause to Arinto Nugroho.
Now, a symbolic certificate to Professor Andri Gunawan Wibisana. Next, a symbolic certificate to Dr. Madeline Ditinko. And last but not least, a symbolic certificate to Professor Joseph Navarro.
Please give applause to all the speakers.
We kindly request to Mr. Hikam Huwanullah to come forward and proceed to the front of the stage to take a formal documentation.
Please give applause to Mr. Hikam Huwanullah.
Thank you. Please have a seat. The next agenda includes a lunch and break. We kindly request all esteemed guests to adhere to the guidance and directions provided by the responsible committee members. Please be prepared as the session will begin at 1:30 p.m. To all participants, we strongly encourage you to arrive 15 minutes early.
See you soon.